he's going to get two in his hand at top to do exactly that. He only needs the one.
That is crazy. But double 12 coming in now. That is fantastic.
It's an opportunity for Steve West to break the throw. Down for the bullseye first. He's going to give himself a dart at tops. Oh, that's superb. It's only the second ton plus checkout we've seen today.
Halfway point of a 501 leg. You just want to set it up nicely. And finish it as well on this double 16 now, and he gets it.
On the third leg.
This game certainly. Steve needs double tops now. Ooh, 112 vintage. Steve West.
Good morning. Seconds out, day 2 of Series 9 here at the Modus Super Series. Things are coming up to the boil in Portsmouth as far as this Group A is concerned. It's the debutant Carl Wilson that leads proceedings going into day 2, but it's some established names that are looking to establish their place at the summit. At the summit here in the studio, it is Devon Peterson once again. Day 1, interesting first day where some of the big names at the Super Series maybe didn't fire on the cylinders that we kind of expected.
Yeah, I think it's Monday morning kind of nerves, if you must call it that. And I think that we all expected Neil Duff and Steve West to top the group early on. But Carl Wilson, the debutant, coming through strongly with great performances. Darius, Labanauskas and Bradley Brooks also did their part. Neil's kind of stole a few legs, but I think that yesterday's games kept it interesting because you didn't really know how long Carl Wilson's form was going to last, and it lasted all day. And then what was going to happen with Neil Duff and Steve West. So yeah, day 2 is going to be even better.
What did you make in particular of Carl Wilson's start yesterday? Because his scoring power was absolutely immense. In 4 of his 5 matches, he hit a maximum with his first visit.
Yeah, I think that kind of disables every single player when you're competing, because you know that the guy can score. His finishing needs improvement, just a bit of timing. But I think that in the back of every player's mind is that he has 180s in the locker all the time. So that means that you don't have a day off. If you're missing a treble, it means that you give him an advantage, and he's taken that advantage and certainly thrown a cat amongst the pigeons.
To a certain extent, has he done the hard work? It's just little fixes that he needs to do.
Yeah, I feel as though it's not major fixes. I mean, you're not going to change his throw. He's got a symphony of movements that happen, and you look at all of those things, and he's really doing it well. I think that, like most players, we get a bit more anxious when you get onto the double because it becomes a finishing line kind of situation, if you call it that. But where he's at now, poised. I mean, I had a chat to him yesterday after his games, and he was, I'm going to just do what I done today and just keep on focusing and keeping it straight. And I think that that's the mentality you want to have going into day 2.
Darius Labanauskas level on 8 points alongside Carl at the top of the table. He was just so typically himself, wasn't he? So consistent, so reliable, and when it mattered, he found something clutch.
Yeah, I think definitely the danger man in the group itself. Structured, steady, not doing a lot wrong, and that's a big plus for him. Everybody knows that he's Mr. Consistency, so it's a position that Darius will really simply because he knows that by the time he gets there, the players know if they have a bad leg, he's going to punish, and that in the back of any player's mind is a bad thing.
Well, let's have a look at the table at the end of the first day's play. Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas both on 8 points respectively. The closest challengers to the top 2 is Bradley Brooks. He finds himself on 6 points following the first day's play. Lost his first, lost his last. In the middle, he won 3 matches. In terms of his day yesterday, you could tell at times that he was really frustrated with the level that he played at. There's gears to go. We can tell that for sure with Bradley. How does he get those gears? How did he go through them?
I think exactly what you stated yesterday, which was Bradley's game is now currently at the 84 kind of space, if you must call it that, average, and he feels like there's so many more gears, and he gets a lot like the frustrations on the stage. And we seen one of his exceptional games yesterday where he was averaging around, I think it was 107. It slipped up on one leg, and then he started missing. And then that quickly, he forgets the good parts of the game and keeps the bad, which is, I mean, it's one of the Achilles heels of a dart player, really. And I think that Bradley knows how good he can be. He just wants it too soon. So I think in his mind, if he just took the steps slowly but surely, and he'll get there in the end. But the way in which he's throwing and he's scoring is really good. It's it's the loose darts at the wrong time that's costing him.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookmakers think about Group A. Carl Wilson was the outsider alongside Niels van Zanten yesterday. He's now the 11-4 second favourite. They side with Darius Labanauskas at 9-4 as a favourite. Is that purely based on the fact that he's got experience of getting the job done?
Yeah, I think so. And I think also the form that he's coming in, he's coming from the Nordic and Baltic series, getting that qualifier, winning the last 3 events. He won 2 and he had to win on the last day. So you know that he has the composure, he has the competency, but he also has the grit and he has the know-how. So it's big kind of parts of his game, and he's got the sexiest throw. So I think that most players look at it and go, there's nothing wrong that's going to go the throw. I have to beat Darius Labanauskas. He's not going to lose, basically.
And if Devon Peterson says it's sexy, it is sexy. Should be a day of sexy darts, shouldn't it?
100%. It's going to be a day of sexy darts as if we are at a beauty pageant.
Fantastic. Right, we're hoping for some sexy darts here at the Live Lounge Reports. We're going to get plenty of it in Series 9. It's only day 2. There's some big names, some big games, and some big prizes up for grabs.
Marvin Van Persie!
Well, I've got to ask it out, Merce. Gives us the bow.
Have a bit of that.
Alex Spellman.
Outstanding finish from Spellman.
16. She steps back, has a good look. And nails it for a 3-0 win. What a brilliant performance from Fallon Sherritt.
John Lowe dart. Flights doing the loop up for his finish.
Ashley Coleman.
The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw of the net.
Big moment. Oh,
On a fifth flag.
Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
This is a mammoth dart. That's a mammoth fight. That's the pitch.
Here we go. One leg shootout to see who plays Sykes in the final.
Match darts to get the better of John Worsley. And so we are ready to get underway on day 2 here in Series 9. Day 1 didn't quite deliver for the big names like Neil Duff or Steve West. Carl Wilson leads the way going into Tuesday's action, but he is joined on 8 points alongside Darius Labanauskas, the forever reliable Lithuanian who has the throw of a Rolls Royce and the consistency of a Mercedes Benz. But is he going to cross the finishing line against the Duff man, Neil Duff, a 5-time weekly winner if you include his double trouble exploits? But he finds himself in a little bit of trouble as far as his Group A is concerned. As for Labanauskas, the 48-year-old from Garilava in Lithuania, former PDC World Championship quarterfinals that 4.5 years ago, up against a man who 2.5 years ago lifted the WDF World Championship, the first player to win it under their guys at the Lakeside, beating the Frenchman Thibaut Tricol in that final by 6-5, and he had to do so from 2 sets down, having conceded the first 6 legs of that final. So he knows how to mount a comeback, and he's going to need a Lazarus-type comeback in this group, and he takes on Labanauskas to kickstart. Devon Peterson is alongside me in the commentary box. Today could be a day where a lot of things shift in the table.
Definitely. I think that it's all about moving
140.
moving the needle from yesterday and understanding it's not opening day nerves. It's everybody's had their fair share of ups and downs. Neil
60.
Duff had a disastrous day on doubling yesterday. Scoring probably got really good back end of the game, but if he carries on with that kind of finishing, he's going to see himself out of this group very early. I mean, Darius wanting to go into day 3 still in the same position or even better.
100. Darius, you require 164.
tomorrow. So, I mean, we've already seen Darius come out of the gates, and this is such a notable performance from Darius. Is one of his strengths is sticking to his guns and just throwing their tons. And this is what we said yesterday. You know that when Darius steps up to the line, it's going to be he's going to ton you to death. We see him here on a 64, and it's going to be an early cleanup.
48.
Great for us, but just missing with a 2 on double 8. Neil Duff nowhere close, but it's okay. It's on Darius' throw as well, so he doesn't need to do any no heroics yet. Just keeping it as business as usual.
And usually, with 3 in hand, Labanauskas mops up. But he's unable to do so here, and so it presents an opening for Neil Duff, which he probably wouldn't have expected after 5 visits to the board in this opening leg. Double 8 is found, and Duff gets the break, and that will sting Darius just a little bit because that was a leg that he was in full control of.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
I think that win there means more than just the 1 point, though.
60.
For Neil Duff, that would be a win in his head. That will be a win, just settling him down, because yesterday he started off, he didn't play well, but that steal there, as you see, Darius Labanauskas just respond with a 140, but I think that's a great settle, and if Neil Duff is going to do anything today, he can take some
55.
Some positives from that very first leg. People always look at the first leg and go, it's just the first leg, but there's so much part of the mentality that comes from how you start your day, not just the game, but the day.
81.
And he'd love that.
It also puts that creeping, lurking doubt in the mind of Darius.
100.
Darts is the only sport where you have like 2 opponents, one in front of you and one inside of you, which is tough. I think it's and with the one inside, I mean, in your head, it's the one that's probably the strongest. You can't really just brush it aside. It's Matthew Edgar always says it's not a switch that you can turn off. So yeah, I think Neil Duff now, if he starts to have a run in his first opening game, I think that he's one of the players that could go on a 5 out of 5 kind of day.
Got some stats about 5 out of 5 days, but we'll come to that in our next game.
110.
And Duff just beginning to rally. He got a bit of a reprieve in leg 1. He's left himself on a double in leg 2, but is he going to get a go at double 18? Labanauskas looking at triple 18, which gives him a dart at double 12. Does he get a go? Darius punishes. We're an even kill to win this game. We're level at 1-1.
Third
just
leg,
like
it's
that,
Darius
though. That's like
first.
2 boxers just jabbing each other, making sure they feel, and nobody laying a knockout blow. But it's the blows that you feel, though. It's rib shots. It's those last dart in hand.
121.
Now Neil will have to switch mind on and go, I mean, a game, yeah. But we've seen Neil Duff yesterday play a 107, close to a 107 60. Average against Niels van Zanten, and kind of relinquish that lead. So you know that there's demons in his head.
85.
Sure. And this is one player, Darius is one player you don't want to have those kind of demons in your head.
The numbers represent things are feeling a little bit better, but you can just look at the way both players are acting and looking and feeling on the stage to get a tell that they look far more relaxed today, and possibly we'll get a better day today than what we saw on Monday, where it did feel like first day back at school
99.
Nerves hit 1 or 2, particularly the experienced campaigners. Numbers for the likes of West and Duff, the like of which I don't think I've ever seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But for Darius, well, he played to type. 87.07 was his average for the day yesterday. 47%.
100.
And it came to his doubling. And he looks assured as ever in this contest and
100.
could be on the cusp of a 2-1 lead if he can take another 90 plus out.
This will be monumental in the game.
Game shot on the third leg.
Darius
Labanauskas.
Labanauskas, after missing 5 in the opening,
Fourth leg. It's Neil
gone
to throw first. Game on.
2 legs, 100% on the checkout. And you can tell that Darius knows
100.
where his game is at. Because after that first, he could have easily been 3-0 up. But that first game did not rattle him at all. He just went, it's fine, I'll get it right the next game. And
94.
he just went business as usual. And that's when you know a player's in the right space, confidence-wise, and just belief in his ability.
140.
Proven professional, over and over.
2 players have been there, done it, worn the T-shirts on a multitude of occasions. I actually had a chat with Darius this morning, and I was asking about his qualification
57.
for the World Championships at the end of the year, and the pride that he had when he was speaking to me about that, you could really tell. And I think he's looking forward to being back on that stage after a year out of it. Obviously, coming off the tour, he's eligible to qualify through the Nordic and Baltic system, where last year when he was a tour card holder, that was ineligible for him. He could only qualify through Pro Tour means.
Getting to the quarterfinals in 2020, you know that he does. He can find that comfortability, and he'll be a danger man on that stage. I mean, there's loads of players really playing well,
64.
but he'll be one that you know can turn up and chuck it in a 105 to a 95 average if his finishing is on.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
There's
Neil
a fight
Duff.
on now. It's Neil Duff. A bit of a mini celebration, almost a G'ing up.
Fifth leg. It's
As
Darius to throw
both
first.
athletes consume H2O beverage on stage. Just to clear the mind, clear the palate, and make sure that the body is always cooled
81.
down. That's a big thing, though, hydration on the stage. Nobody kind of focuses on it, but it's a massive thing, though. It's not just a settler, but it's also
85.
an opportunity to kind of remove yourself from the stressful situation and then just reset.
It's a bit like in American sports, isn't it? When a coach puts a yellow flag out and there's a timeout, it just gives you those couple of seconds just to reset. I suppose you're the Tom Brady of these Super Series, aren't you? The big new broadcast signing.
Well, Tom Brady's a great one because he's a GOAT as well. So I'll take that every day of the week. Yeah, it's great to be part of such a forward-thinking
140.
platform. The Modus Super Series, everybody in the world wants to be if you're not in the Pro Tour. And even players on the Pro Tour want to be, but they can't, obviously. But it's such a fantastic opportunity for me to commentate on skillful operators as well and athletes. And obviously the highlight of my day every day is seeing your face, Henry.
That's the first time
100.
somebody said that for a while around here.
I think I don't know you that well yet, so it'll probably change.
Give it a couple of weeks.
140. Darius, you require
Labanauskas looking at 120 here to move himself 3-2 to the good. It'll actually be the biggest finish of the group so far. The highest finish of the day yesterday was a 112, but that could be eclipsed here if Darius can find tops. Darius can find tops. He climbs the ladder and moves into a 3-2 lead and has the darts. Well, Duff having the darts to stay in the match.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
Both players solid near a ton. Darius at a 96.
125.
Duff at a 98. Darius giving him no shots at all as those rib shots. 90 just staying. And that's the key though to any game. And if you in that space where Darius finds himself, as we see Duff here full up
135
next to the bed. But when you're in that 90, that 81 to kind of 110 zone and you become dangerous there, as Darius is, players don't settle. They know that when you're on those shots, they kind of, there's a stress level that just increases as soon as they see you hit the treble. Darius is just screwing the nut tighter and tighter and making sure that he stays on top of the pile today.
However, he may be forced to do it in a last leg decider because Duff on throws had a strong leg, leaving himself on a finish after 9, a makeable finish after 9. It was a 120 for Darius in the last leg. It's going to be the 104 for Neil Duff in this leg, and he's going to have to try and find a way above on the double 18. And because his dart stayed up to attention, the unintended dart at double 4 was doubly awkward because there would have been much of that double 18 bed he could have seen.
140.
36 is under pressure now with a 140 from Darius, but how much pressure? Well, he doesn't want to go inside on the double 9. And he gets the double 9, and you can just tell it's a bit of a grit. Both players now closer to the 100 average. Darius on 98 and
Darius to throw first.
Duff on a 99. So far for both players, roughly in that 17, 15 tons in a game. Darius with 10 tons on average. 5 140s, 6 140s. Neil Duff on 10 tons and 7 140s. So scoring potential today for Neil Duff just looks immaculate as he fills it up with the first maximum of the day of the match. And we see there, top in the ton. This is a top tungsten tussle there.
This is kind of what we were expecting yesterday, weren't we? Particularly with the 4 big names slugging it out. This will move Duff on to 4 points if he can win this particular encounter. It would keep Darius on 8.
$140.
Darius not giving him any rest period, making him work for every single point.
121. Darius, you require 81.
And the points could be in his pocket in a few moments' time. Could do so in the space of 12 darts if he can find the bullseye.
56.
Grazes the 25 wire.
You require 141.
And so Duff to win the match, looking at 141. Not to be, and so Labanauskas is going to get a couple of match darts. Those darts will be at double 8, or should be at double 8 at least,
25.
as long as he hits the single number first dart. For the match, and for a win, which will put him on to 10 points.
Game shot.
And Labanauskas has set out an early statement to the field, averaging 98.5 and a 4-3 win against Neil Duff, who himself averaged in excess of a ton. But once again, it wasn't enough for him to get over the line. He had a very good game yesterday where he lost out to Niels van Zanten. He's played well again and come out the wrong side of the scoreline. Darius Labanauskas moves on to 10 points in the group. He's the player to beat early on Tuesday. Bradley Brooks and Steve West is our second game next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. Darius averaging 98.5, taking out a 120 checkout in the middle of that match. Neil Duff losing despite averaging in excess of 101 in that contest. So Laban up and running, but who is going to pick up their first points of the day here? Steve West and Bradley Brooks going toe-to-toe in our second match of the morning session. It was a first day which didn't really go to plan for Steve West. He only picked up a solitary win yesterday, and it was in this fixture against the former World Youth Champion. As for Bradley, the start and the end of the day didn't quite work out for him, but he found some joy in the middle of it, winning his 3 games in the centre of the session. The 24-year-old from Blackburn, the former World Youth Champion, won that behind closed doors in Coventry back in 2020. Up against Steve West, who turns 50 next year, so will be eligible for the World Seniors Championship. And boy, will he be a dangerous quantity when it comes to that particular tour. He himself has made the last 16 of a World Championship, but there's almost a sense that, yes, he's not going to be playing on the tour in the definite near future. He's made that intention very clear. But maybe at this level, his best years of his darting life could be in front of him as he reaches bullseye years. The opportunities that the seniors will open up, the success that he's had here, and the ADC tour, which he's going to be spending time doing next year as well. He could be very successful as he heads towards the twilight of his career.
I like how you say twilight of the career, because generally, I mean, most people think that when you get to the 50 age, it's career ending or kind of tailoring out really. But you look at the way in which Steve West is playing right now. Definitely one of the most informed players. I mean, not taking in yesterday into account, but yesterday was a bad day at the office.
139.
But we know exactly what he can do, and he's up against young Bradley, who's renowned for playing well on a Tuesday.
Yes, his record on a Tuesday is absolutely ridiculous. Is this going to be ridiculous? The 167 isn't going to go. Bradley Brooks, in his whole Super Series career, and he has played a lot of games and a lot of groups in this building, has only ever lost 1 game on a Tuesday.
43.
Ever.
Steve, you require 44.
And that was at a Champions Week, so you can kind of forgive that. So Tuesday is his day. But is this going to be the start of dreams for Steve West?
Bradley,
Not
you
to
require
be.
153.
It's not a Taco Tuesday. It's a Bradley
59.
Brooks Tuesday.
Steve, you require
Steve West,
16.
yeah, on a 8-8. And you want to see it out. And that will settle yesterday. He wasn't really anywhere in his first game. Both players averaging below 70.
First.
Himself and Neil Duff. Neil Duff losing with 101 today in his first game. But playing really well. Not giving her
45.
any chances. Steve West still finding that 5. That was a big problem yesterday.
129.
Well, we mentioned twilight and careers. Just because players are at the age that Steve's at, to people maybe have a misconception, well, it's heading towards the end of a long and winding road. But in some cases, it's the complete and utter opposite. Martin Adams didn't win his first Lakeside title till he turned 50. Peter Wright was a world champion for the first time until he turned 49.
41.
So Steve is hoping to continue that trend of players that, as they tick over in years, they also tick over their best performances. And I genuinely think at this level,
48.
the level that he can ascertain, the standard he can ascertain, and the consistency of which he can do it, I think he's going to find a real home at this level, and that's where he wants to stick to for the foreseeable future. The seniors, the ADC could be a threat, and here he's always a threat.
84.
Speaking of Steve yesterday, after his day, I would have thought he might have been in almost a disappointing zone, and he's
96.
I asked him, Steve, so how was your day? And he says, Modus Super Series ain't one on a Monday.
100.
I just need to make sure that
Bradley
I'm there on a
require
Saturday.
154.
And that's really fighting talk and understanding that he's done it so many times. So he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows he doesn't have to panic if he has a bad day. He's got many days before him, and he just needs to make sure that he's there on the Saturday. Whether it's through Group B, Group C, or Group A. It's a bigger battle, bigger mountain for him to climb in Group A, though. As we see, Bradley Brooks now on a 58 two-dot finish. Bradley will certainly want to see the back of this leg. And he does.
On the second leg, Bradley Brooks.
Really, really great finishing. Game 1 was good, and this one is equally as good. It's just
Bradley to throw first.
You can tell today, though,
Game on.
just by the standard set on the opening games, it's going to be a beautiful Tuesday.
95.
Terrific Tuesday of top tungsten action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And you can get in touch with us courtesy of our social media feeds. We are at MSS Darts on
81.
Facebook, X and Instagram. And don't forget to subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel, where on top of the live action that we bring you 6 days a week, there's plenty of bonus content for you. Bullseye challenges, exclusive interviews and other such stuff available just through the click of the subscribe button.
70. $121.
Both players now around about the 80 mark on the averages, and you feel as though that average just doesn't reflect what is happening in the game. It just seems like a tense encounter, and you know that a small slip up,
43.
like a 43, will give Steve a bit of kind of oomph, and he's just not finding the height on this.
97.
Drops low, and using the board management there, making sure that if it doesn't work on top, you always find it at the bottom, and also leaves the fish.
97.
Will we see a 9 today,
You
Henry?
require 107.
You promised that we were going to get one yesterday.
I didn't factor in that it was Monday, and players don't really kind of
105.
play
Bradley
perfectly on a
require
Monday, but I think
104.
Tuesday. Oh, and this is the shot I was talking about yesterday. He wants double tops now. Wayne Mardell shot.
84.
A 104.
You require 65.
Generally, most players go for 54, but we know that Bradley changes that up. Steve Wessier wants to break the Bradley Brooks
54.
throw, and he does not.
Bradley
This is a big
requires
shot now
20.
for Bradley. Missing the 104. Seeing it being
Game shot on the third
almost
leg,
taken away
Bradley
from him by
Brooks.
Steve West with that 65, but missed 2 darts on the tops. Bradley there
Fourth leg,
scratching his
it's
head,
Steve to throw first.
wanting to wake up, make sure that he gets it, and keep his Tuesday record intact.
100.
Being presented an opportunity by Steve Wedge, which is kind of in keeping as to how the players are averaging, where there is about a 7-8 point gap in the averages, and you're wondering why 7 points is a big gap.
134.
Effectively, 7 points is a visit and legs difference between the two players. So, say for example, somebody's averaging 85 and somebody's averaging 92. Somebody who's averaging 85, by and large, is probably getting jobs done in 6 visits, whereas a player averaging 92 is by and large getting it done in 5 visits.
42.
You're changing how many visits to the board you're getting legs won. And Brooks is having to maybe at times, because of that disparity in the averages, rely on misses from Steve West.
95.
Defined quite well there, Henry, and that's really understanding, and that's the value of going first as well
100.
and having the throw, because you can quickly put the pressure on the player. Like you say, the strategy has to be
85.
five throws and a push of 6 if you miss, because then you're just forcing your opponent to go 3 darts
46.
less.
Steve, you require 121.
Steve, yeah, just a whole throw, 121. this looks like a double 10 coming in.
Game shot
121.
Steve West.
Everybody doing stuntman finishes today. Not going normal routes, not going
Fifth flag,
percentage
it's
starts,
Bradley
just
to throw
going
first. Game on.
almost Jackie Chan-esque. With front doors open and just going through the window.
Just no smashing glass
92.
ceilings. Otherwise, there's an insurance bill that needs to be paid.
59.
Steve West there with the irregular movement or
83.
release on his dart. Certainly not finding the comfortability he wants to experience.
140.
That 140 there just brings him so much closer. This is the Bradley Brooks throw, so slightly under threat with this.
76.
The save there with the last dart. You'd expect Bradley would be thinking 215.6.
98.
Steve West puts him under some pressure, so he can't really afford to miss a treble right now.
Knees on last dart.
60.
Does not find, and so Steve West has 6 here from 204 to get the breaker throw and to put the game in the palm of his hands.
60.
But just like Brooks unable to find a treble, the big beds are deserting the players right now.
42. Steve, you require
Game
144.
swinging like a pendulum at the moment. Both players not finding the treble.
45.
It's as if they say, no, you
Bradley
have it.
require
No,
148.
it's okay, you go. And that's what we're seeing here, but Steve West still on a 3-dot outshot there. Brooks, yeah, with a double 14 for a
Game
ton
shot on the
topping
fifth
up.
flag. Bradley
Outshot
Brooks.
there, highest checkout so far of the day.
6th flag. It's
Both
Steve to throw
days.
first.
148, and he needed it from 250. Checked it out in 9. Magical.
43.
Magical 148. That tickle your taste buds there, Henry.
Absolutely. From nowhere, Bradley Brooks finds something out the top drawer. Just as this game was reaching somewhat of a stalemate, did Bradley Brooks bag something in the top corner a la Sutton and Shearer back in 1995? Bradley wasn't born when Blackburn won the league. He's never seen them win anything.
96.
Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I do tell a lie. If he could remember when he was 18 months old, he may remember them win the Worthington's Cup in 2002, when Blackburn
90.
actually beat Steve West Tottenham Hotspur in the final.
That's very easy to do, though, isn't it? Tottenham don't win
58.
anything. They couldn't even win a raffle.
I'll let you explain that to Steve.
108.
180 puts Bradley Brooks in the driver's seat and keeps his record for Tuesdays intact. 111, yeah. 100. So that
Bradley,
gives
you
him
require
6 at least at
111.
111. Keeping him straight will at least make sure that he gets 2 dots at a double. But he's frustrated. Yeah, 108 now. Needs to find a treble. Needs to find a treble just to give him a solid shot. Oh, he does
37.
not find it at all. 74. He might have 1 dot. But what kind of pressure will the 74 be under?
122. Bradley
Yeah,
requires
Jack
74.
screams out the 122. 82 is Steve, but will he have a shot? Bradley Brooks certainly trying to
Great
change
shot
that
on the match.
and making
Bradley
sure
Brooks.
that he gets the 4 points, keeps his record intact. Steve West there put up a fight. Literally, the 148 was the changing point in that game. Both players respectable averages there, and 82 for Bradley Brooks and 84. But the big shot there was the highest checkout, and that went to Bradley Brooks, a 148. Stay tuned, and next up we have some really, really good game. Niels van Zanten versus Carl Wilson.
next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Bradley Brooks got the better of Steve West by 4 legs. So, okay performance that from Bradley. Average pretty much as it has been all week, around the 83 mark. The doubling, though, was ultra impressive. 4 out of 6 on the outer ring, and that 1-4-8 checkout, swinging the pendulum into Bam Bam's favour. It's the 2 debutants that go toe-to-toe in the 3rd game of our morning session. Carl Wilson was the standout player. He was the player who led the table going into Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he takes on Niels van Zanten, who started off the day very positively. Won 2 of his first 3, but could only pick up 4 points from his opening day's play. The 42-year-old from Renkum in the Netherlands, debut for him at the Modus Super Series, having won a ADT European qualifier up against the 35-year-old Carl Wilson from Royal Tunbridge Wells.
First
Player's
leg.
been around the
It's Niels to throw
circuit for
first.
some time. I was
Game on.
actually having a chat with Jared Cole yesterday. He's a part of our backroom team. But, well, aside from talking about his England Classic win, he was talking about
134.
how good Carl was as a player, and that he would be the type that if he got an opportunity like this, he would take advantage of much better than perhaps others would. And he really did acquit himself well on the stage yesterday, but he's kicked off poorly today because it's only 81 of his first 3 darts.
Yeah, that would have been an amazing feat, though. Like, to go
60.
so many games. I don't think that's ever been done on the Modus series, has it? And you look at the way in which he played yesterday. Phenomenal. He said he fell
45.
asleep last night. The phone was going off crazy. And you could just tell, though, that's this kind of platform gives everybody an opportunity to see the hard work you put in. Nobody can see some of the county matches you play or the local leagues, but this is where it's
41.
all on show. And It's that reference point as well. And he had a fantastic opening day. Today, it's a new day. Let's see how it goes, because certainly he'll probably have expectations. Yesterday was just, I'll see how I go. Today is, I feel like I can win the group. And that comes with different pressures. I just want to see how Carl Wilson settles in. Both debutants here really having a great go at it. Carl obviously was top of the league. Neil's got a few wins under his belt as well.
140.
He's got 2 wins there, and one of the wins going against Neil Duff, who averaged 10 plus most of the game, and he literally stole it away.
81.
So we know that
you
Niels can
require
stick
94.
in there and make sure that he gets the result. Carlia looking to break early.
55.
Unable to
Niels, you
find,
require
leaves himself on
103.
tops in case Van Zanten cannot take out this 103. Head down to the 19s first, which will leave himself on 84, so double 20 for double 12. Not to be, and so Wilson will return for tops to get the
47.
breaker throw
You
and to
require 40.
get the first leg on the board. Double 10. Chasing 5s. This was his Achilles heel
Yeah, shot on the
yesterday,
first leg.
missing a
Carl
multitude
Wilson.
of doubles, but he fires the 5s. Last start in hand to leave Niels Van Zanten
Second leg,
shaking
it's
his
Carl
head.
to throw
He's 1-0
first.
down in the
Game
breakdown.
on.
You feel as though the big
85.
game is Carl Wilson versus Darius. And I think with Neil Duff playing like he did in the first game, it's a pity he got Darius Labanauskas, because the way he played would have
60.
certainly got him 2 points any other game. Now he's still languishing at the bottom there with Steve West.
100.
But you gotta say about Carl Wilson's demeanor as well on stage, and that just that composure. Doesn't get rattled too often,
85.
and we've not seen throws where it's more than 1 or 2 without a treble visit. So that makes him such a big danger.
123.
The only thing he needs to manage is that control, that either the last dart or the switching dart, just that pace. And if he does that, he'd be a real
96.
threat.
Wilson 6 starts on 193 to turn the break into a hold and move into a 2-0 lead, and to
120.
leave his Dutch opponent, who has fish on the back of his shirt, all at sea. And he's 73 points away from doing exactly that,
41.
and Van Zanten
Charlie requires
nowhere to be
73.
seen in this leg. One dart at tops.
Game shot
That's
on the
all he
second
needs
leg.
to move
Carl
himself
Wilson.
2-0 up. Averaging 91 here, and he's doubling, much improved.
Third leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
Neil's there, not watching what Carl was doing, trying to step up and get on with the game, and knowing that there's a 10-second break between each game,
59.
he's quickly thrown off his rhythm. And he'll feel like he's not even in the game yet, and Carl's leading 2-0.
84.
And with the Carl rhythm, though, it's a quick pace, quick scoring, great accuracy. Games like this quickly get away from you. Niels now needs to ensure
100.
that he holds his throw here, or he could be seeing a quick 4-0.
45.
The O must go, Neil. The O must go.
And it's almost as if that pace is really going up. It's
59.
almost like a panic now to release a dart, such as the perilous position he finds himself in.
123.
Loads of movement on the Carl Wilson throw, but it's just so much. It's certainly, I think it's the speed. It's just the way in which he holds the dart. And it's almost John Henderson-esque with a rock. But his is just more like a Spanish salsa. To the side is what the
99.
Is. Henry looking at me like, what? Salsa?
I was looking at the dance moves more than anything.
Nobody can see that, Henry. Come on now.
We do have a camera just there. Everything is being watched and monitored. Wait till the end of year outtakes.
59. Carl, you require 150.
I don't think he's going to go Steve West a la 3 balls on the 150. Either way, he's not going to take it out. He has got a couple of bites of the cherry
44.
here to move into a 3-0 lead.
Neil's now not at the races.
43. Carl, you
Simply
require 106.
relinquishing his throw again. That's not a good space to be as Carl now. Once double 16, needs to take his time, and he does take his time.
Carl Wilson.
So far, he's really, really taking the game away from Niels.
Game on.
Great pace, great accuracy, and we yet to see a 180 from the 180 machine.
This has been a superb performance.
100.
There's the max. Right on cue. It's Devon predicted.
And just like that, the 9 is on, Henry.
100.
Is it still going to be on at the end of this visit? No. 1's not bad.
58.
But he's kind of playing in that Carl Wilson space, though, that 91, 92 average, and just dominating. But the most improved stat,
6.
it's not his scoring power, but it's his finishing. His checkouts today is 60%. That will beat anybody.
58.
When you know that the way in which he's scoring marries up with his checkout percentage, Carl Wilson simply becomes
78.
a challenging player. And you kind of, because in a group, you'll always kind of single out, okay, cool, I'll maybe get my points here. If I play well, I can do this and I can do that. But in this group, I mean, there's no real player that you can actually separate completely out of that, because most of them have a game that
77.
will be able to compete in this group. So I
105.
think now with Carl in a solid position, will he go 5 bull? No, he's not. Of course not. But he needs double tops.
85.
Pace there. Not on, but solid game from him.
Would have been for back-to-back tub plus checkout to win the match.
100.
Double 10 is what he's looking at to
20.
join Darius on 10 points, and he would move above the Lithuanian on legs difference. Double 5.
10.
And now the misses come as the
require
finishing line
86.
approaches.
Niels has a chance now. Needs the 18. Finds a treble 18. So now, slight bit of calculation coming in. And that leaves him on double 7. Goes down to the left on the board. Does not
72.
find it. And Carl Wilson now, 10. With an opportunity to hold throw, win the match, and win it 4 legs to 0. But will it be?
5.
Oh.
Niels, you require 14.
And the Demons return that checkup percentage, quickly dropping now and giving Niels another opportunity. He opts for the 6 for the split. So it means that he's got double 4 left now. He needs double 2 and now chasing for doubles.
10.
Looks at the sky and
5.
nothing happening.
So to eventually cross the finishing line. It's a convincing win for Carl Wilson as he moves to the top of the table. He beats Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 0. And so it is the debutant from Tunbridge Wells who assumes the summit after 6 rounds of fixtures. This is how he's done so. The average was above 90 for the most part. The doubling was good for the most part. It only came to a grinding halt as the finishing line approached. 4-0. Carl Wilson beats Niels van Zanten. Coming up next, Steve West against Darius Labanauskas. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Wilson got the better of Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 0, averaging 81.24, was 4 out of 13 on his doubles, and took out a 106 in the middle of that match. Game 4 of our session sees Darius Labanauskas and Steve West go toe-to-toe on the stage. Labanauskas leading the table on 10 points alongside Carl at the top of the table. As for Steve West, he is still languishing at the bottom. Only 2 points and 1 win to his name. Him and Neil Duff look as if they're going to get cut adrift, and it could well mean that we're going to get a blockbuster Group C ahead of us on Thursday and Friday, because there is a distinct possibility that that's Jack Garwood, our referee. There's a distinct possibility that Neil Duff and Steve West could both be in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
And that would certainly make it a blockbuster. Both players so experienced and
85.
Really seeing the kind of players that's in Group C. Got Charlie Martin, Alex Small,
140.
Scott Marsh, and it's going to be tough. They won't be relishing at the moment of facing Westy and Duff. So
41.
We see Darius starting slightly slower.
90.
Steve West out the gates, out the traps, knows exactly that he's at the bottom of the group and needs to put in performances if he wants to.
85.
If he wants
Steve,
to kind of make a
136.
pounce on, I'll say, the Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas Group A, because I think that the two of them are certainly starting to push the boat out.
80.
Steve West there going 2 treble 16s, leave himself a go at tops. And it's a way he will go whenever his opponents aren't left on an outshot. And Labanauskas is
Steve, you require
left in the
56.
lurch a long way back. And so he's got another 6 from here to take out the opening
Game shot
leg.
on
Only
the
needs a
first
2. It's a
leg.
14
Steve West.
darter to kickstart proceedings for Steve West.
Second leg. It's Darius to throw first. Game on.
But you all know if he has a strong enough day today, if he can at least win 3 of his last 4 games, he'll put himself possibly back in that Group B mix.
100.
And it is a tough Group C this week. Charlie Martin has won on the ADC Tour this year. Alex Smaller, former champion of
85.
champions, and Scott Marsher, player who's played at the Lakeside over the last couple of years. Former British Open champion, won that in 2021. He beat Connor Scott by 6 legs to 5. He trailed 5-2 in that final, won that game in a decider, and then decided to run around the stage after winning that game, a la Wayne Mardle after hitting a maximum out of an exhibition. Talking about maximums.
180.
As if you predicted that. You're a wizard, Henry.
I've been called many things.
100.
I'm a what?
I can see there's like a lightning bolt on your head. But yeah, Steve
41.
West certainly in this game switched it on, and I think that it's the threat of Darius, and he kind of just is isolated, knowing that he's at the bottom, and he needs to go find something.
81.
And this game came at the right time because he didn't play too bad against Bradley, but this game will force him not to make as many errors. And see Darius
46.
here, uncharacteristically slow starting, and he probably knows because the two of them might have played each other a few times, and he knows that he needs to perform against Steve West.
100. Steve, you require 149.
149, yeah. So far, the biggest checkout is 148 by Bradley Brooks.
55. Darius, you require 76.
76 to hold throw now. Needs one more.
60.
Does not find it and opens
Steve, you
the door
require
for Steve
94.
West for a break. He'd love this. He would definitely love this.
Game shot on the second leg.
Steve West knows he's in a match now and finding his way. His compass is
Third leg. It's
pointing
Steve to throw
towards
first. Game on.
the West. Steve West, is he simply the best?
Well, he has been 5 times here.
85.
No one's won more individual qualifying weeks than Steve, although I know there has been discussion between himself and Mr. Duff as to the credibility and credentials of the
100.
double trouble win for Neil. He's won 4 weekly titles plus that, and so they've won 5 times in this building, the pair of them. But Steve, the most in terms of
100.
qualification weeks.
How would you rank his would you say Neil Duff's goes as a...
100.
You're not on the spot. You can say what you want. Neil can't hear it until tomorrow.
Nor can Steve until tomorrow as well.
108.
Anyway, he's hit a maxi to get me out of jail.
Steve.
Averaging 102.5. Leaves himself on 136 after 9.
We've seen this kind of game against Bradley yesterday's last game of the day.
Steve, you require
So you know he's capable,
136.
and you've seen him perform really well. It's just been so uncharacteristic now, but certainly nobody would have seen a... I'm not saying the game's over yet because it could flip in a heartbeat, but Steve West will be feeling really great on with this result so far. 3-0 and break.
40.
Hold. You want to see this go out, check out, and just he doesn't want any hassles in. That's what he gets on the tops. Steve West with a strut now. Can tell he's in the vibe. He's got that swagger about him.
4 flag. It's Darius to throw first.
He's a man that wears his heart on his sleeve, and certainly the confidence on his sleeve as well. That is under a lot of pressure here. It's the first time we've seen him in this position.
85.
Well, it looks like people are raising their game against Darius today. Yes, he beat Neil Duff, but Duff hit 101 average against him. Steve
96.
here averaging 98 pretty much in this particular contest. It's like he's the player that people have pinpointed. He could be the one that makes the move today. Thus, as a consequence, we are going to play our best against him.
$135.
I think also if you look at it, he's not finding that first dart treble. It's low, and you can tell by that expression there. It's low, and now he's having to shift, and he finds the treble. But it's not the confidence that you see with Darius when his first dart's on the very top. He knows that his game's in the right place. When your dart's laying low, it means that in your head you're going, I'm releasing low. So the shift there is a mental shift, and that can be distracting, and he'll love that. Now that he's found the ton, he'll try and work down from there. But his reset game is fantastic, and I think that that's what separates him from the rest of the group. Is if he has a few bad turns, he can quickly go, okay, Darius.
95.
And this is Darius talking to himself. Let me just throw straight. And he'll go ton, and he'll crush you. And that's kind of where it's at.
Has to be 25 ball. Is it a guide? Is it inviting, or is the flight in the way? Oh, what a find. And he needed to get that bullseye. Steve West knew he had to get that bullseye. And that's why there's a little bit of a tap of the thigh and a fist bump to say, well played, because West was sat on 92 to get this game home and hosed.
140.
West is really playing well now, averaging a ton. Check out percentage at 60% as well. That is
95.
in the 83, and with the get out of jail finish there. Steve West, yeah, could just find some rhythm.
81.
He's got a bit of a, especially on the last start, like he's almost a ballet on the toe and trying to lift it up. It could be compensation for the late release. But I think that Steve
97.
West has certainly flicked the switch here in this game and showing what he can do. But it's great throwing one game and throwing great, and the next game just returning to his form that he's shown yesterday. So hopefully this is the one that kind of spurs him on to ignite the Steve West throw.
To
59.
light up the blue touch paper.
$75.
He'll take on Carl Wilson in his next match, and if the blue touch paper is lit, he may well lick his lips over that prospect, because he is the type of player that if he cannot win a group, then he will want to stop somebody else from doing so. Play that perpetual role of spoiler. For this, for the match, bullseye first, which means tops for the win.
85.
And it would have been a win with a ton plus out.
Darius, you require 110.
Darius is one of those players with a 110, and you're thinking he can take this. He's going to go 51 now. He does not get a chance on the 110.
78.
So this could be an early loss for Darius. Steve West, yeah. Looking at double 10. Steve West beating Darius Labanauskas 4-1 with a brilliant Steve West display. Darius certainly not at the races. Both players solid in their performance. Steve West throwing 2 180s in that game. As we see the That's come up there. It's 96.52 for Steve West and 85.62. Steve West the winner. And next up we'll have Neil Duff versus Carl Wilson. That's going to be a tungsten tussle.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanauskas.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanauskas.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
It's time for Game 5 of our morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break of the Modus Super Series, Steve West got the better of Darius Labanauskas by 4 legs to 1. Really good performance as well from Steve. Average of 96.5. 4 from 8 on his doubles. He looks like the Steve West of old. The Steve West, which has won 5 weekly titles here in the past. It's the debutant Carl Wilson who takes on Neil Duff here. Carl, who continues his sumptuous form on Monday. He's won 5 out of his first 6 games he's played in this group, whilst for Neil Duff, fortune's going to be any more polar opposite. Only the solitary winner. That came in his first game on Monday, so he's on a 5-game losing streak. And this is a battle between the player at the top of the table
It's Neil to throw first.
and the man at the bottom of it.
Certainly, Neil Duff's pedigree is not a bottom of the table kind of guy, but I think yesterday just put
56.
him with everybody getting results in different ways and 3 players kind of dominating. It's kind of put him in a rough space today. His first opening game against Darius certainly came out the gate quite quickly there. Averaged over the ton and lost. And then he's now faced against Carl Wilson, that certainly one of those players in informed debutants that will also not give him a minute's
60.
peace. So, I mean, it's from the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah, Neil looking to get his arm into proceedings.
55. 57.
And you get the sense he's going to need a fast start against Carl, who showed in his match against Niels van Zanten that, okay, it wasn't quite in terms of numbers at the end. Look mesmeric, but the first 3 legs in particular, he looked in very good nick. Took out the 106, was actually 3 from 6 on the doubles until he got to the finishing line, and then he missed 6 starts to win it for eventually getting home with dart 7 to win the contest.
144.
And he's not going to notch a 144 to take out the first leg. What could Duff do with the 112?
60. Neil, you require 112.
I feel as though the 112 has to go. It's Carl Wilson's threatening the Neil Duff throw, and it's not going to go, and he's certainly not happy about that.
52.
52, no treble
84.
there, and 84, yeah, potentially a shot to the bull. Oh, no, 2 darts at double 12. This could be a steal early on. Gets it in the
Game shot on the
bottom
first
corner.
leg.
That
Carl
was a
Wilson.
penalty. That would be a fantastic penalty.
And he's sending Neil Duff
Second
the other
leg,
way
it's Carl
towards the
to throw
drinks table. A
first.
frustrated figure
Game up.
after losing the first leg. He's been broken.
$100.
Steady throws, yeah, from Carl Wilson. Becoming the... or almost creating the profile, because we never had a profile of him, but
60.
you understand that he's certainly creating that profile of consistent power scorer. With it is a ton, you know that he's capable of switching it on, and the drop as well. It's so good every single
134.
time. I'm really impressed by Carl. He's a great human being and a brilliant dart player.
It's just one of those really frustrating players that when you go up against him, he's just not going to give you a moment's peace. You may get the odd chance here and there, but you always know that he's going to be lurking in the background.
97.
Because of his treble hitting, those 2 dart finishes, it's always a threat
60.
around there. And if you can
Charlie
stay in that
require
kind of
170.
80 area, 81 to about 110, and you can hit that treble, because you only need 1 treble, you become
74.
really hard to play. And you'll see, yeah, Neil Duff, feeling like he's just going to be getting his arm in this.
44.
This leg
Charlie
is
require
some
96.
287. It's kind of very far, yeah, and 6 darts, but he doesn't need 6. This is Carl's bread and butter
78.
area. The 96 miss there. And we just wonder if down the line, missing these doubles, and you know when it comes to finals night and all of those things, not
Carly
preempting that he will be there, but I'm
18.
saying, I wonder how that plays on his mind, because he knows that he's not as efficient at scoring
Game
as he
shot on the
should be,
second
or he could
leg.
be.
Carl Wilson.
I wonder if it improves the longer it goes in the week.
Well, he's 2-0
Third
up, and
leg,
one
it's
thing
Neil to throw
that I'm
first.
noticing straight away is he's being able to use lies much better today, particularly in this game than maybe he was at times yesterday.
43.
Both of the times that he's hit a winning double in this match, on the double 12, he flicked it off the barrel in towards the bottom corner. The double 9, he knew where that first dart was, and then he slid it underneath.
100.
He knows how his darts behave, and he's using markers. He's using guys much better than he did yesterday, because he missed a lot of darts at double in clusters at the same target.
100.
It's a fantastic observation there, Henry.
97.
I feel yesterday was more of an introduction to Carl. Today we're seeing exactly a follow-on of that. And yesterday was good. Today he seems more
85.
complete, which is a good thing for Carl, because that will mean that his scoring is good and the doubling is going to be good. And that is a dangerous
140.
combination. Carl, I'm sure that people watching now before might have not heard about the Carl Wilson name, but certainly after his first
60.
2 days,
Charlie
yeah,
require
will
164.
certainly be a player that everybody will look out for. And if you're an opponent, I'm sat here and I'm thinking, you don't fancy playing Carl on a Monday morning first game, do you?
25.
You're just thinking, not now. Can you just put something else in the hat?
60. Carly require
And I think
139.
with the experience he's going to get on the Modus series and continue, and I'm saying that hopefully he wins something and makes a massive, as we see here, a massive ton opportunity.
Game shot on the third
Simple,
leg. Carl
bish,
Wilson.
bash, bosh on the 139 there. This man is
Four flag. It's Carl to throw first.
certainly
Game on.
showing how it is to be a debutant. Just blowing the lights out.
And he hasn't dropped a leg so far
58.
today. He beat Niels van Zanten by 4-0. He leads 3-0 in this game against Neil Duff. We always ask the question, don't we, of ADC qualifiers who had a good first day. How can they follow up on day 2? Well, he is answering that question to some tune and to some degree here.
$59.
He was 2-1 down in that game to Niels van
59.
Zanten. So actually, he is on a 10-leg winning run here.
$60. $108.
Although that run could be drawing closer to culminating as Duff hits his first max of the match.
We know that Carl can definitely respond or put himself close into the his name in the
95.
hat. And I think that area there, that 220, when he gets in that area, he's so capable of setting up. Yesterday we saw his strength
140.
being his first 12, getting him to a checkout of either 1, 2, or 3 darts. But today his finishing is certainly, and that's the reason why he was so successful in so
26.
many
We
legs
require
continuous, is
56.
because of his checking out percentage. That's improved dramatically as we see Neil Duff here looking to change his
24.
fortunes. But certainly with Carl on 2 or 3, he'll have another 3 darts at the 32. But how much pressure will he be under?
83.
This is to
Neil,
keep
you
the
require
10-leg winning run
32.
going for Carl Wilson. This to end it.
Game shot on the
And it is going to end at 10.
Duff.
Neil Duff. This is his first leg of this particular match. And for Carl, the first
Fifth
leg that he's
flag. It's Neil to
conceded
throw
since
first.
the end of Monday
on.
afternoon. And it is a break. And so Neil has the opportunity to bring this game back to 3-2. And suddenly, from that point, we'd have somewhat of a contest on our hands.
45.
Somehow the question for me,
123.
it's not whether Carl Wilson will win the game. It's whether or not that first game had a knock-on
59.
effect in Neil's head. Because yesterday he played poorly, he won the first game, but he didn't have a great day yesterday. He could have won more just if his
100.
finishing was great. Then there was a switch of the darts, came back, really inspired performance, but got nothing from it. As a player, that kind of sticks in your head, and then go up against Carl
95.
Wilson, that is it's the 2 top players in the league. So with Neil Duff coming in today, he would not be looking, he wouldn't be excited about it simply because of yesterday's performances and now
100.
having the 2 most informed players first up.
There is, I suppose, a caveat to the fact that if he loses this game, as it looks like he's going to from this position,
58.
that, okay, he might be out of the Group A running, but he does have 3 games towards the end of the day that if he can win would put him very much in the mix for a Group B position come the end of play
94.
tomorrow. So it's almost a safety net for Neil to that extent.
55. Carly
In terms of this
require
game,
84.
there looks like no more safety nets for the Duff man. Wilson, 2 darts at double 12. He only needs the
Game
1.
shot, and
The
the match,
14 darts,
go
and there was a little
Wilson.
bit of a bow there, wasn't there? And Neil Duff has had to bow down to the brilliance of Carl Wilson. A 4-1 victory, 4 from 8 on the doubles. That's been a big improvement. He is improving as the week goes along, and he started very well, and he's continuing that trajectory. He beats Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1, an average of 87.26, 50% on the doubles, including that 139 checkout. Coming up after the break, we are going to see Bradley Brooks in action up against Niels van Zanten. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff lost out to Carl Wilson by 4 legs to 1. Our next game is the final match from the second round of fixtures, and it sees Bradley Brooks and Niels van Zanten go toe-to-toe. And a game which could really much change the trajectory of the league table. A win here for Bradley Brooks to move him on to 10 points, and it'd mean that he'd have a 6-point gap from himself and Steve West, who currently occupies 4th position in the table. And so there is a real possibility that there is going to be table separation here between the top 3 players who will all be gunning for Group A glory, and the other 3 players in the group who will be hoping for a run towards the latter end of Tuesday and going into Wednesday to maybe try and put themselves into Group B as Bradley kicks off this game for maximum.
$140.
Bradley's experience and just the way in which he played, just opening a game. You kind of know he's ready for it. And we explained it in the top of the show when we said that yesterday he had so many frustrations, but considering how he played the game through the day, it's kind of where Bradley's game is anyways. But I think that as a player, you always aspire to be more than that. And I feel as though that could hinder him. But I mean, he's got that bounce back ability. He's not a world youth champion 93. For nothing. And you know, you have to come through a strong group of players to get there. The world of youth darts is in a phenomenal space.
85.
Starting off with a 180 there. Bradley also holding the highest checkout for the week so far. Bradley Brooks wants to shift from that, wants to go 54 now.
138.
38, and Niels can only watch as he's on 176. Bradley Brooks certainly carving out a great
24.
opportunity there
Bradley
with
requires
2 treble
60.
visits. Wants the 60 now. Has to find the treble 12, which is the shot Bradley often goes for, and then goes tops.
40.
No wasted
Niels, you
dart
require
there means
152.
he only gets 1 at the tops.
Yeah, that dart at tops, he was signaling his hand was floating low, but
70. Bradley
he always
requires
fancies
20.
himself on double 10. And that's
Game shot on the
why.
First leg,
And
Bradley
Brooks leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
Coming to that point, though, Henry, if he fancies himself so much on double 10, would you not rather go 20, go for the 20 on the tops? And if you go
100.
inside, you're on the double 10 anyways.
Possibly. I feel like we'd then go back to the
60.
start where we're going back to the fact that there could then be a bouncer or anything like that. I wonder whether because you're then throwing a dart half-heartedly at a double, aren't you, to then go for double 10. I wonder whether that can also be a psyche thing.
41.
Because you're not throwing a dart probably, whereas at least with the double 12, you can at least throw it with a venom you would any other double, whereas if you're going for that top of the first dart, you're not throwing it properly because you almost want to miss low to hit the double 10, and then you've got to try and readjust that mindset going for the double 10. If you understand where I'm coming from.
I've got you fully, and I'm just thinking that is what you're saying right now
85.
worth risking a dart, though? Because if you miss the 12, you're going to have to go 8 and then go back up to the board on double tops. Whereas if you went 20 and you threw on the side of the 20,
134.
be exactly the same as missing the 12, wouldn't it? And because he likes 10 so much, I think that's the reason why James Wade misses the double tops inside. He doesn't miss purposefully and doesn't miss often.
105.
But when he does and he goes
Bradley
to double
require
10,
167.
I'd say basically that.
This is why darts, particularly in the modern day, is so interesting because there's so many different thought processes, so many different ways
Niels,
to
you
go
require
for things.
170.
Well, he's got fish on the back of his shirt, but he's not going to get the big fish.
100. Bradley require 40.
Bradley now on the favoured double
Game shot on his
tops.
second leg, Bradley Brooks.
He's comfortable. Certainly still
Third leg,
record
it's Bradley
intact.
to throw first. Game
Bradley
on.
Brooks Tuesdays, BBT. He's looking in the zone and just that
121.
kind of winning look on his face.
He's looking more like himself, looking more like the man who won that World Youth Championship title. And boy, did he have to work hard to
60.
win that World Youth Championship in 2020. He was the 10th seed for that tournament. He beat Joe Davis in a last leg decider 6-5. But then after the group stage, every
140.
single player that he beat in the knockouts is currently a tour card holder. Neil Zonneveld, Martin Schindler, Willie Borland and Reese Griffin, they all ply their trade on the tour right now. So that is the level that Bradley can ascertain at his peak and at his pomp.
45.
Certainly Bradley just needs to maintain focus. He's really in a great space right now. Any distractions on stage.
96.
Just kind of as tough as it is, though. Just making sure that he remains in that little bubble
57.
he was in. Now still averaging close to a ton. That Niels Van Zanten's average has creeped up a bit.
$95. Bradley
Well,
require
Brooks has already found a 144
138.
today. Can he add a 138 to the collection? 2 double 19s is what he was looking at to leave himself double 12. And so Van Zanten to get his first leg on the board today. He hasn't
25.
won a leg yet. He lost
Ability
4-0 to
requires 70.
Carl Wilson. And it may just be a dart of the bullseye to get on the board.
Game shot
Well,
on the
when you're
third
up
leg.
against it,
Niels van
sometimes you
Zanten.
need a dart that just builds confidence. And that could be that for Niels van
Full
Zanten.
flag. It's Niels to throw first.
He's on the board. He's got his first
Game
leg of the day.
Bradley there missing a great opportunity to hold and going to the lead at 3-0. Niels certainly not rolling over.
80.
Certainly not finding. He's like we said, he's a player that plays in the background, so he's not doing anything brilliant. And then all of a sudden, you just see him
93.
on a finish. And it's kind of almost ninja-esque. Goes about his business. Certainly a real good player. In the
140.
92 average and Bradley being 94. So, you know, the game is it's tight. It's really, really solid. But we know that Bradley has that 180s in his locker. Bam, bam. Laying down the hammer as Jack screams out the 180.
Well, he's hoping to be the main man, isn't he, at the end of the week, just like he was in Series 7 when he won his
43.
week and progressed through 2 champions. It's the only time he's lost a game on a Tuesday here at the Super Series. It's an incredible record.
96.
It's a Tungsten Tuesday for Bradley. And you forget how young he is as well. He's just so matured, been on the tour and just everywhere for a long time.
60. Bradley require
Certainly one of the players that you look at
132.
for potential tour card for 2025.
See, I've got to be careful saying that Bradley's a
92.
young prospect because me and him actually are the same age.
No way.
We're only 24.
174. Bradley require 40.
I think it's Bradley's baby face kind of assassin looks, you know what I mean? Not saying you look old. Bradley
shot on the
there with an
full flag.
important
Bradley
double 10.
Brooks.
You did mention he loves double 10. Henry. And look at
Fifth
him,
flag,
the
it's
young
Bradley to throw
24-year-old. And
Game on.
Henry, the more matured 24-year-old. No different in age, but wisdom and surely life experiences.
100.
Trust me, over time you get some experiences in this building, Devon.
Bradley now back on track.
100.
Certainly broke back very quickly and not giving Niels any platform or footing. As we see here is another potential 180. Just the way in which his darts is positioned. Long point, long battle. So you know that he's going to have great space and just that torpedo shot dart shape that he has.
140.
Niels there trying to respond and putting it all on the line. Bradley Brooks staying in the moment. There we have it. 3 180s for Bradley. So 4 in total in the match. And really
100.
Solid game by Bradley. I think it's certainly one of his better games. But also one great game from Niels. I mean, 94 average. And you look at his game and he's not doing anything to scream and shout about. But he's doing the basics brilliantly. But Bradley
41.
Brooks just making sure
Bradley
that his
require
record stays intact.
121.
This could be the first ton plus winning average of the week. Was looking for treble 7 there to leave himself a dart at top. He's going to
81.
return for that target after 12. The average will nosedive below the ton mark, but Bradley won't care. He'll be happy with the 2 points, and I think he'll be happy overall with the
55.
performance as well.
Bradley
He won 3
require
matches
40.
yesterday, but wasn't overly enamoured by the way that he'd played, but he'd be happy with this performance. 13 data to round things off, a 4-1 win for Bradley Brooks. His best performance of the week, the best winning average of the week, 99.67, getting the job done for Bam Bam. That's how he's done it. 4 out of 7 on the doubles as well. 3 maximums in there. Real polished performance that from Bradley Brooks. He gets the better of Niels van Zanten. Round 3 gets underway after the break with Carl Wilson against Steve West.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanauskas.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a
Darius Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanauskas.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds worth of action on this Tuesday morning. This is what we've seen. The last round, fast, furious, and players really coming up to the boil. Wins for Steve West, Carl Wilson and Bradley Brooks means that the table looks like this. And there's real table separation following 7 rounds of matches. Carl Wilson on 12 points. 6 wins from his 7 matches. Bradley Brooks and Darius Labanauskas both on 10, keeping close company. But Steve West, Niels van Zanten and Neil Duff almost in a mini group of their own in the bottom half of the table. So to game 7 of the session, and it sees Carl Wilson in action up against Steve West. Steve, who is looking for his 3rd win of the group, has already picked up a win today and looked in better form in that game against Darius Labanauskas. Averaging 96.5. 4 out of 8 on the doubles. It looked more like the Steve West that has won titles compared to what we saw on Monday. Was Carl Wilson just pretty much, Devon, keeps on keeping on.
Game on.
He does what he does, and he now gets the throw, and this is where he's very dangerous. So with the throw, you kind of expect him, if he starts to run and just find that steady pocket. Steve's going to be in some trouble, but you know, title-winning Steve, if those performances come out, Carl's got a game on his hands.
I think it would be very naive thinking for anybody
140.
else in the group to think that when they're playing Steve West and Neil Duff, because they're the bottom two, to kind of relent, because you feel like at some point they're going to snap out of it, and Steve has already shown
66.
glimpses and signs of that. But the big question is, how does he follow up? And I think we should caveat as well that Steve's pretty much ahead of schedule in terms of his comeback from
100.
hip surgery, which he had earlier on this year. The fact that he's even playing at the Super Series in 2024 is quite the achievement. The fact that we're talking about him
Ollie
winning
require
weeks and we're
161.
putting him in such high regard says how impressive the comeback has been.
137.
Certainly, almost showing traits of a superhuman based on his healing.
72.
Like a
Carly
Wolverine.
require 24.
But very quickly, Carl Wilson, ended the last game on 24 against Neil Duff. But he starts
on the
this one
first
on a
leg, Carl
24 as well. Does like that side, and I think that is both players there didn't know if they should fist bump,
Second leg,
hug,
it's Steve to
or just
throw
dance it
first.
out.
Game on.
Carl started really well then. That's the big thing for Carl though. He has the throw.
119.
You I think he's got a high percentage on winning his legs on his throw. But the threat now comes with Steve West
57.
throwing second. If Carl Wilson breaks, quickly becomes a 2-3-0, and then it becomes it's a high mountain to climb for
85.
Steve West, considering where he's at in his game and just the separation that we're currently seeing. So a lot of things go through players' minds, and it's almost as if, will Steve West be able to
57.
push that out of his head and just maintain focus game by game?
Well, the last time Steve West was here, his Group A campaign
140.
kind of stalled in parts. He was put into Group C, but reset very well. Qualified through to the Saturday and then won the Saturday. Beat Richie Howson
100.
in the final.
Steve, you require 157.
As we set well in leg 2, and he's looking for the 157 to level up. But he's not going to find the treble 20, which would have given him a
81.
dart at tots to have done exactly that. But he's in a very good position to get the holder throw that would level the match up.
99.
Good game this early
Steve, you
on. Both
require
players averaging
76.
in the low 90s.
Steve West there, you can tell by the facial expression, he wasn't kind of happy with that last dart. It just flung out of his hand as if there was a breeze.
100.
Carl
Steve,
Wilson
you require 40.
putting that shot under pressure, but you know he loves the double tops.
On a second leg,
Gets it.
Steve West.
I like the way, I love Steve's order today. I think it's
Third leg,
just something
it's
about
Carl
him
to throw
today.
first.
He seems a bit more sure of his performance. He seems a bit more sure of his standing. It's just more confident, Steve. Yesterday we saw slightly a bit more
100.
animated and I'm not going to say the negativity in the body language, but it just didn't look Steve West-esque, if you must call it that.
60.
Looked frustrated at times, didn't he? Whereas I think today he's just playing with the shoulders down a little bit more as ever. He's here with
57.
his wife Michelle, who's enjoying a second honeymoon in Portsmouth. Because the first one was that good, they needed to have a second.
58.
It's the life of a dart wife.
Life on tour.
83.
And that's something Steve has done for the best part of 20 years. And that's probably part of the decision why he wants to maybe focus and concentrate on his side of the sport for the
137.
time being. The idea of travelling to the likes of Rosmala and Hildesheim without the guarantee of prize money, maybe not appealing to him right now. And in fact, he's really enjoying his darts again. Is a massive compliment
92.
to him and has complemented his game very well. When you think about the senior tour, the ADT tour, and this, a lot of the events and the competitions are concentrated into a smaller
60.
region, so the travelling isn't as rigorous. And I think Steve maybe in time has been speaking about the possibility of looking at relocating
44.
nearby certain venues if it was to the benefit of his playing abilities.
100. Carly require 125.
Great ton there, but you see Steve wanted more because he knows that Carl has an opportunity on 125 and just does not capitalize on that. First start going outside.
41. Steve,
Now only on 84. Steve will find himself on the bullseye potentially, and he does love the bullseye. Is this the bullseye? It is the bullseye!
Steve West.
Steve West with an important break there.
4 flag. It's Steve to
This
throw
now
first. Game on.
means Carl Wilson will be in a position that he's not familiar with. Steve West in a position
60.
that he's maybe not familiar with this week because he's not played well and just led. I mean, he played well against Darius and then found himself getting over the line, and now we're starting to pick up a pattern. Steve West breaking the throw and then kind of finding himself in a confident position.
And also, you've got to look at the mental side of it as well for Carl, because he's behind in this game, but he's been in a
27.
position in this group all day where he's been comfortable at the top of the table. Suddenly he could be put on the back foot, because if Carl loses this game, it mean that he's guaranteed to share the lead of the group, because Darius, Labanauskas and Bradley Brooks go toe-to-toe in the next match. And so it would mean that at the end of this round, it would be a guarantee of
95.
2 players at the top on 12 points. And you have to say, the way that Bradley's been playing, he could well be beginning to
100.
make a bit of a charge. Both players actually have put in a really good performance so far on this Tuesday morning out of them two, but we'll focus on that when they go toe-to-toe in Game 8 of the session. Game 7
121.
sees West 2-1 to the good, but Wilson is threatening that break back.
It's always threatening with Wilson. Just that scoring power. Ooh,
81.
little understucker.
Bit of a dangler.
Oh, that's a naughty word, isn't it?
92.
Little dangler.
Carly require
A
120.
dangerous dangler. Carl Wilson now on 120. Oh, he just wants to set it up and maybe just find a treble, but
60.
no.
Steve, you require
No answer there to the
106.
treble. 106. A ton finish here will certainly be a rib shot. Oh, he misses
86.
the tops, and
Carly requires 60.
Steve really great on the tops in this game, but missing it now. Needs to just slide on top. Doesn't use the battle. Needs to go double 10 when the
40.
Achilles heel.
Steve, you
And this is what we were
require
saying
20.
early on. Games like this is where you have to be deadly, because
Game shot
Steve
of 4
West
flag. Steve West.
does not miss. This is more the Steve West we know. Welcome back,
Fifth flag.
Steve.
It's Carl to throw first. Game on.
You could also say as well that Carl's not doing much different compared to what he did yesterday. However, the difference in this game is his opponent
80.
is taking advantage of the opportunity that he is missing.
$60.
Oh, Steve, he cries. He knows there was a real opportunity there to get ahead against Fro and to have the game exactly where he wants it. And as a consequence, he now finds himself on the back foot as a result of that Wilson Max.
96.
Those are the scores that just keep you in the game, the 96. But Carl now turning it on with back-to-back 180s.
80.
Making Jack work there. He's going to need lozenges.
85. Carly requires 61.
61 after 9, and that's after 2 back-to-back 180s. Easy double 18 now. Needs to not mess this up.
Game
Great
of
shot.
fifth flag.
That will
Carl
certainly
Wilson.
settle the nerves for him. With a great,
Sixth
solid
flag.
game
It's
there.
Steve to throw first.
Hold of throw, but
Game on.
just bringing the confidence. Steve now needs to serve it out. But what kind of
55.
pressure will the throw be under, though? Because Carl throwing back-to-back, Steve will know that he is a solid player. And he can go do it again.
40.
As tough a player as Carl Wilson is to beat, you kind of roughly know what you have to do against him to beat him. Against a throw, you're probably going to have to go out in 12. On throw, you're probably going to have to go out in 15. Anything more, you're probably in trouble. But that is so much more easier said than it is done.
I was about to say that. You make it sound so easy, but Carl Wilson now on a 180 barrage. That's 3 180s in 5 throws. 6 throws.
140.
Carl now squeaks just over the 90 average, 91.55. Steve West on the 83
41.
mark. Both players, really, Steve West just finds 2 trebles right here. He's in a great position. He leaves the door open with a trebleless visit. Carl Wilson will need to take advantage.
$100.
Big fine with the last dart to leave himself on a finish, but a leg that Wilson hit a max in is a leg that he
95.
finds himself on the
Now
back
you
foot
require
because West has managed to
140.
wrestle the ascendancy in leg 6, and he's going to get a go at the 106 to get over the line, and it would put him on to 6
100.
points.
Steve, you require 106.
This 106 would hurt. Attempted it before. And he's in the
86.
same position. The tops on the
Now you
last
require
dart.
40.
And that pressure that Carl Wilson put him under certainly made him buckle a bit.
Game
Carl
shot,
Wilson
stick flag.
not
Carl
making
Wilson.
any mistake there. Breaking the throw. Now he's
7th and final leg.
seen
It's
some
Carl to
great
throw
resilience
first.
there from Carl. I mean,
on.
quickly 3-1 with great finishing and scoring from Steve West. But Carl bounced back with 3 180s of himself. And now
60.
having to fight that out I mean, this could be a potential pendulum swing in Carl's favor. Find himself at the very, very top.
100.
Well, both Bradley Brooks and Darius Labanauskas are hoping Steve West wins this leg because it means that they'll have an opportunity in the next game to put themselves level with the league leader, and if they lose it, they're only a couple of
140.
points off. That 140 there has almost restored order for Carl in this final leg.
134.
West has been in this position many a time on that stage as well, and it's come on successful,
100.
but Carl really just steadying the ship, almost Darius Labanauskas-esque. Steve West, yeah, turning the
108.
switch, showing experience, showing the class.
Steve.
Steve West now with a 180 of his own. It's his first one of the match, but how important that 180 is.
81. Steve, you require
Is that the moment
87.
that has won him this contest? One dart at the ball to get over the finishing line, and
Great shot.
one dart
And the
at the
match,
ball is
Steve
all
West.
he needs. Steve West inflicts a huge defeat upon Carl Wilson, and a kiss of the bullseye, a kiss of the dart, which has won him that match. And it could be a kiss of good fortune for both Darius Labanauskas and Bradley Brooks, who go toe-to-toe after the break, because the winner will go level on points with Carl at the top of this Group A table.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Just before the break, so Carl Wilson go down to Steve West for his first loss of the day. Steve West played really fantastically well. They're ending the game on a 12-darter on the Carl Wilson throw. Tough encounter. Puts him now in 4th position. The match now in prospect is the young 24-year-old Bradley Brooks versus the informed Darius Labanauskas. Fun fact there from Henry was yesterday was the first time Bradley beat Darius in any competitive game they played. So is it, will he be going 2 out of 2? Because we do know that Bradley's never lost a game except in the Champions Week on a Tuesday.
First leg, it's Darius to throw first.
All the records may well be
Game on.
pointing in the right direction for Bradley. Yeah, of course, all their recorded meetings. That includes a couple out of Champions Week here between the pair that we have on record as Darius
60.
as the winner.
Darius was unsettled in his previous match against Steve West. That was
57.
really on song there. Beat Darius Labanauskas 4-1. Bradley Brooks, same score, but just on the positive side against Niels van Zanten. The great thing about Bradley there, he was one of his higher winning averages as well. So all the frustration demons and all of those things, I think
96.
that's slowly leaving his head now. And he's feeling like he's in the mix. He is in the mix, though, because he's second in the group here alongside his opponent, Darius. So this would be an opportunity for them to go join top with Carl Wilson, who's our debutant.
59.
This would be a nervy encounter, but both players capable of magic and sparks. Also, Darius with his structured breakdown of a 501.
34.
Slow start for Bradley, who could have actually topped the group if he won this game by 4-0. But Darius to
59.
take out the
Darius
opening
requires
leg is going to get
67.
time in hand at 67. No surprises left that after 12. And so 1 dart in his hand. Double 16.
51.
Way inside there from Darius and probably not under any pressure. So that's probably the reason why the dart went
6.
far right.
Darius
Big fish
requires
left, but
16.
will he have an opportunity? Chances are, percentage says no. And the
Game
percentage
shot on
is
first
right.
leg, Darius Labanauskas.
Henry has a percentage monitor on his laptop that says whether the player will
Second
hit it or
leg, it's
not.
Bradley to throw first.
Based on the system that he
Game on.
has. I mean, that's the reason why the man is such a educated, knowledgeable, and wise
43.
commentator and pundit and presenter. The surprising fact is he's only 24.
Can I clip this up and use this elsewhere?
108.
Labanauskas
will be hoping to clip this up and use it elsewhere.
Well, Bradley didn't like the pace that Darius took there and coming off the line, or was he just a bit too quick and eager? Quick shake of the head, and rhythm is a big part of
42.
obviously our sport, and small things like that can just, when you're ready to throw, generally it takes 3 seconds to get to the hockey setup, and if that 3 seconds go into 5, your body kind of, it's not the same rhythm.
97.
Henry, you play any other sports?
Well, playing, oh no, there's no chance of that.
You don't play any sports, no?
60.
Just about talk about it. I haven't got time these days, Dev.
What was your favorite sport, though?
Tell you what, I was a handy table tennis player.
You look at though, you've got that little low to ground kind of gravity kind of. I mean,
100.
what are you, 5'8"?
On a good day.
Yeah, on a good day. But yeah, I can tell though. Look nimble.
140. Darius should require 124.
On 24 for Darius for a 2-0 lead. Bradley hasn't really got out of the gate so far in this contest. And so didn't have to attack it
92.
in normal fashion and will leave himself on double 16 after 12 for 2-0. Averaging here 103.
Darius doing what Darius does. Game before this did the exact same.
100.
So
Darius
it's
to
a,
require 32.
it's a copy and paste kind of leg for Darius. Just does what he does. And that is, he thought that was in as soon as it left his hand. And the percentage
shot on the
monitor
second
comes
leg,
up again
Darius
and
Labanauskas.
showing that he's 66% going to go in, and he does.
Third leg, it's Darius to throw first.
I believe that Darius is an AI dart bot. He just... everything is the same every single time.
It's interesting what AI can actually
96.
come up with, Devon, because I was looking at one of those AI websites and I asked on it who is the MC who
50.
comes up with the phrase "it's tungsten time," and according to said AI website, it's Paul Booth. So maybe Paul Star was an imposter all along.
I thought it was Paul
45.
Star, though.
It is Mr. Paul Star, but AI don't get it all right.
Wow. I mean, they similar in height. Same barber.
97.
Same bow tie.
Wow. Same name? Can't think of anything else, though.
108.
Darius Labanauskas now, another 180. Bradley Brooks not out the gates. Feel like he's
78.
probably still in the players' room. It's really not come to the fore in this game, and it is a table-topping tussle. But certainly Darius showing all of the muscle. It's the Lithuanian
140.
dartbot. Just doing what he does and crushing his opponent. Again, it's the copy and paste skills of Darius Labanauskas. 12 darts thrown.
100.
And darts
Darius
is on a
require
double.
40.
So 3 at the double. And the AI bot says this is a 72% chance here.
Game shot on the third leg.
72%.
Darius Labanauskas.
Telling you what, Henry, this little gear that you have here is phenomenal.
Fourth flag, it's Bradley to
He's
throw
averaging
first.
here 102.5. He's won his 3 legs in this match in 16, 14 and 14. He is effectively suppressing Bradley Brooks into excellence. And as you can
96.
see, at this present moment in time, he's nowhere near it. He's really today has been the moniker of inconsistency. 82 average in his first game. Then he put it up to 99 in his
100.
second. And he's down to 75 here.
But the thing is, he's not been allowed to play comfortably. Because you know that with a player like Darius, he's
134.
always going to be in that ton 40 space. And when he finds that first dart, he can easily duplicate. And then it quickly turns into a 180.
100.
So you almost know that if I don't throw a ton or more, I'm going to be behind the 8 ball all the time. And that's some pressure to be under.
101.
On the big fish now. Pulling out the rod.
The Rod Harrington.
Definitely not the Rod
55.
Harrington,
Bradley
though. But
require
certainly
170.
the J rod. Or the B rod. Oh, he's not happy. Pretty animated in this game. Certainly
105.
frustrated. Darius Labanauskas. I mean, that 12 dart that he continuously just sets up after 12 will still continue, but it won't be as close as he had at previous
100.
legs.
Bradley
Won't
requires
be under a lot of
65.
pressure, but Bradley, yeah, 65. Certainly now going to spread, and you can tell he's frustrated with every throw. Needs double tops.
45.
Underwire gives Darius an
you require
opportunity.
146.
He's the one guy you do not want to do that with.
This for a 4-0 win. And it'd be a catastrophic loss for Brooks if he was to be bageled in this game, because not just will he be 2 points behind, but his good legs difference would be
Bradley
pretty much
required
evaporated.
20.
We know how good he is on this. And this may well be a marker as to how he's playing, because it goes inside and up for 5s. And there's been a
15.
lot of darts in
Darius
this game
requires
that have
16.
dropped low for Bradley Brooks. And that could be the last dart that he throws.
Darius Labanauskas here to close out a 4 and a
Game shot
bagel.
on the match. Darius
Wasn't
Labanauskas.
Bradley Brooks' best game. Darius Labanauskas there, close to 100, averaged 98.56, 2 180s in that game. Great scoring, but his finishing though, 44.44% for Darius with 4-0. It's a great game for Darius. He moves up tabletop, and now next game, Niels van Zanten versus Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Bradley Brooks by 4-0, averaging 98.5, 4 from 9 on his doubles. He moves on to 12 points in the group. And not just that, he has kept Bradley Brooks on 10, and he has decimated his legs difference. Our 9th game sees Neil and Niels go toe-to-toe on the Oki as Duff takes on Van Zanten. This was a game yesterday won by the Dutchman, and doing so in a quite a convincing fashion as well. Neil Duff actually had the better average in that game. He averaged 96, had 5 180s, but was still beaten by Niels, who took the chances he had. 4 from 6 on the doubles. Duff missing 12 at the outer ring in that particular contest. But what's going to happen in the second renewal between this pair?
Henry, I'm thinking there's going to be sparks here, because yesterday somehow something happened in this game, and it was really
60.
something that's left a bitter taste in Neil Duff's mouth, and you could just tell by his frustrations, whether that was his finishing, whether it was distractions, whether it was something on that stage, and he wasn't just happy with his game as he left. So I'm sure that this is a game that,
26.
because he played so well against Niels, he might just have the potential to repeat that.
Well, I think what will really annoy him as well is the fact that he averaged 101
66.
against Darius Labanauskas and lost, and it felt like there was a little bit of a hangover effect going into his game against Carl Wilson, where he then averaged 72 and a 4-1 loss. It's been very uncharacteristic week
59.
so far for the Duff man. We know sometimes he can get off to slow starts, and he can win weeks from Group C. He's done it before on a couple of occasions, but this, even by his very high standards, is very much below
100.
par for the course. And he'll be the first to admit that, because he's very open and honest about his appraisal of performances.
$130.
Niels, very much the ninja, just pops up at the end of legs and just goes, how did you get there?
60.
Neil Duff really needs to find that scoring shoes. I don't know if Niels now, if he's gone and gone, I'm going to find myself in either Group C or Group E. I'm just going to play myself in. Because that comfortability kind of really sets in. He's knocked
66.
massive separation, top of the table. And it's going to, yeah, it's looking unlikely that he's gonna make it through or win the group. So he's going to have to settle. So which...
97.
As you see
Niels,
many
you
players
require
play here,
160.
when they get to this position, do they go in almost a, I'm going to build for the next group, or what's more the pattern, if you must call it?
I like to call it reset mentality.
63.
You've still got games.
Niels, you
Effectively,
require
you're playing a
118.
practice session that you're getting paid for, and you can earn more money with the more games you win. And Neil Duff will hope that by doing things like maybe take out the 118, by winning games, you build confidence. And that would have been a confidence
96.
boost if he found the double 11
Niels, you
there.
require 97.
And Zanten 97 to take out this opening leg. Took this out yesterday. He's unable to find the double-double.
41.
And he could find himself
Niels, you
in a bit of
require
trouble
22.
if Duff could take out the double 11.
Does not want to go inside. Has to go hard, though.
No score. Niels,
It's the
you require
same results
56.
yesterday. It's just missing all the time on the outer ring. And like you said, so uncharacteristic. Yeah, favored 36 for Niels van Zanten. Hits it pretty much 66% of the time. Not this time. Needs the double 8 to recover, and
Takes on the
does.
first leg.
Little
Niels van
celebration
Zanten.
there. I'm sure that the way in which
Second
Neil
leg.
Duff
It's
is
Niels to
finishing
throw
is-
first. It's game on.
always be under pressure if his scoring is not in, because he's not seeming like he can pinch legs with that kind of finishing.
100.
But we do know that he has it in his locker.
Just to pick up on your point a little bit more about that reset mentality. Neil's done it before in the respect that he's had a real troubling Group A campaign and then went on to make a Saturday night, and he then went on to win the week.
100.
Effectively, from here on in, he knows he's not going to win the group from here. As much as he'd like to, he knows he can't. If he can get in the Group B, that would be a bonus. But even that, because of the
55.
separation in this group, looks seemingly unlikely. And so you just basically play yourself into a position where you build up your confidence, you build up your form. You have that advantage of playing 3 days going into a Group C, and then you just are thankful for the fact that on Thursday afternoon,
80.
you can head back on 0 points.
So essentially, it's not actually a reset. It's just two competitions you're playing, really.
Exactly that. And I've said this to players
83.
in the past, that if you don't win Group A, to a certain extent, what happens in it is irrelevant. Of course, you want to get into Group B other than C, 100%. But actually, when you place in those groups, what has happened over the last 3 days is completely irrelevant. Because you've got, in either group, 3 players coming in who have not thrown a dart this week. They don't know where they're at. It's a fresh competition for them. You got the advantage of being on that stage, and if you can refresh the mind, you have a distinct advantage. Everybody's on that same level playing field on 0 points.
But you come in with a bit of an advantage, and I get you on that. And also the timing is different.
90.
You're not playing this early.
You
You start at 1 o'clock and late in the evening, so there's a bit more time to kind of almost wake up. Because, yeah, nobody's expected to play darts at 9 o'clock and perform, which these players do all
76.
day in, day out, which is fantastic to see.
131.
Neil Duff there. Needing 47. But this 1-3-1, would he go tops? Oh, he thought about it.
91.
Puts the 47
Neil
under
require
pressure.
47.
Neil Duff, yeah, will have 2 darts. We know that he's
Gage
not
on his
hitting the
second
doubles
leg, Neil
in his
Duff.
leg, but that one, I'm going to say surprisingly, though. Simply because
Third
it's
leg,
not
it's
been a
Neil's to
great
throw first.
outering
Game on.
execution on the double side, and his scoring power is not there as well, and it's really just a
100.
bag of mixed nuts at the minute.
Bag of ifs and buts at this present moment in time.
85.
And we should say that Group C has been a group which in the previous series has heralded the most weekly winners. It had 6 of the 12 players at Champions Week last time out. More players made it through Group C than any other group in Series A. And I just wonder whether that's down to a couple of factors. First of all, the strength in depth is much better. And so as a consequence, you've got a better standard in a Group C than maybe we had a
43.
couple of years ago. And secondly, I think the start time helps. I think the Group C slot is the perfect time to play. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so you can have a little bit of a lay-in if you want to. You don't have to be up at 7 a.m. You can go and get some breakfast. You can have a leisurely morning.
137.
You can prepare the right way, like you would for a Pro Tour. And then you're done by 6 o'clock, and so your day is done. You can go out, have some food, go to bed, go again the next morning.
78.
Exactly that, and
Niels, you require
like you say, those
129.
middle group is great. Group C is the group you actually want to be in, but also not. This could be a little
93.
93 there, and twice he's opted for the double finish with a 1-3-1. Now on the 1-2-9. Certainly feeling
43.
comfortable.
Niels, you require
Niels being the
36.
debutant, and Neil Duff being the most experienced.
Can he clip that off the barrel? Other side. So the Leicester spotted double 17. He's had a look at where Neil Duff is and decided to set up probably the smart play.
Great board management, great understanding of the standing of the game. Neil just looks so deflated, and
85.
you kind
Niels,
of.
you require 32.
I think we sit in here waiting for Neil Duff to play, and the level that he can play at. Whilst we wait, Neil's looking just to vacuum up legs.
No score.
Kisses out.
Neil,
And
you require
Neil Duff now on the
167.
167. This would be a party shot.
Doesn't go, but Niels van Zanten's been given a lot of opportunities in this game. He's missed 8 darts at a double so
85.
far in
Niels,
this
you
contest.
require
He's going to get
32.
3 more at 32, and this time you feel he can't afford to miss. Following a similar pattern of his previous visit.
He wants to aim on the top corner. That's the right. Now it will slide in between the middle.
No score.
And now that's
Neil, you require 82.
9 darts gone a big in now. Even a bit more because he missed 2 at the 36. But 32 for Neil. 88.
74.
Great first in the
Niels, you
middle of the
require
bullseye.
32.
Generally, what happens now is as soon as a player has an opportunity, he misses it, and the other opportunity, and the opponent comes up and takes it.
Double 8. Clips the wire. Thought it was in. Has to step back. Double 4. Duff moving back to the drinks table. hoping not to hear the words game shot.
24.
He doesn't, and so he's going to return for 3 more in hand to win a leg that he has had absolutely no right to win. Niels van Zanten in this leg has missed 9 darts to win it, and Duff mops up. He leads 2-1, and he also consequently gets the break of throw, and Duff is having a word with Niels. He's saying that he was slamming the glass of water. That was the movement that Neil was insinuating was happening, and was just saying to Niels, please no more of that. This game reaching a pressure point in more ways than one.
I think it's not so much that it's happened once, it's the frequency of it. And it will now unsettle Niels as well, because no player likes to be called out on stage, number one. And number two is, if you're actually doing it intentionally, it'll also just rattle you somewhat differently.
77.
We should say that it's a very quiet building, the live lounge in Portsmouth. So when play is underway during a midweek session, as you can see, it's behind closed doors.
100.
It's a big building. It's an open church. And so any small noise in the auditorium will be picked up by the players. So sometimes just the smallest
77.
things can just be picked up, and it can just slightly put a player off their rhythm. It is quite literally hear a pin drop
85.
atmosphere in there when we're doing a midweek session. I mean, there can sometimes be times where a siren of a police car or an ambulance can go past, and if it's raging its blues very loudly
60.
late at night, it can be heard in the auditorium.
121.
Duff looking at 1-2-1 to make it 3-1. Going 25 first, looking for the treble to lead double 18.
105.
But he's going to leave himself on double 8 to put himself 3-1 to the good.
$122. Neil, you require 16.
That is a good leg from Neil. 16 darter there, ending on double 8. Playing a bit better than he has been.
5th flag. It's Neil's to throw
Still
first.
not Neil Duff-esque.
Game on.
And we want to, I think the one thing that you see these players that you see week in, week out, that's been successful in finals nights and
63.
lifted trophies, you almost sit here in hope and waiting that it's going to click on now, and you it's the train that never comes.
60.
So Duff 3-1 to the good after Van Zanten has missed 14 darts and a double in this game. This is the 9th match
60.
of the morning session here on Tuesday. Coming up next, the top 2 will go toe-to-toe. So Anna Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas will move on to 14 points as we see our 50th 180 of the week. And the first of this particular contest, and it could well be
60.
a 180 which helps Neil Duff move ever closer towards the finishing line. And it's felt like ever since we hit
60.
that little bit of a moment at the end of the third leg, Neil has been the player from that point onwards who has ran towards the finishing line.
60.
Neil Duff now.
139.
139. Score there. On 201, if you have 2 trebles in, 25 is a better shot because it means that you have 2 darts at the double.
60.
If you hit the 25, it will give you 56.
62.
So a bit of board management. But Neil Duff, looking to close it out on a 4-1 victory.
30.
Double trouble still lingers.
Well, he's missed 10 himself in this game as the Duff man, but he's going to get 3 more here to get over the finishing line. 32 is what he wants, 32 is what he gets, and pretty much no handshake there at the end of that contest where there was a bone of conjecture in the middle of it, and Neil Duff having words with the referee there, Jack Garwood, about incident in the middle of the game where the former lakeside champion thought that his opponent was putting the glass of water down too heavily. It was making an audible noise, and Neil took exception to that. But he won't take exception to that result. A 4-1 victory against the Dutchman. Coming up after the break, Darius Labanauskas up against Carl Wilson. The winner will move top of the table on 14 points.
The plan was, if nothing wasn't go to plan, we would have just went back to the lives that we had. Oh, you're running around like a madman, and like, yeah, never seen you so happy. I was like, what? I got back to the room and I was so furious. I was like, how does this, like, oh, mate, I wasn't happy. She goes, you wouldn't be ready for it. And, like, I was like, what? Hurt me a little. You know, that's really early for a lot of people, isn't it? 9 a.m. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't grab any of Kyle's stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I'm sure there's a lot of people actually wondering what your handicap is in golf, if you want to.
Oh, there we go.
That available on the Super Series YouTube channel, the latest edition of On the Oki, which is with the world number 10, Damon Heta. Well, as far as today is concerned, we're into match 10 of the session. This is what we've seen from the first 9. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Niels van Zanten, and at times an ill-tempered affair by 4-1. Darius Labanauskas beat Bradley Brooks 4-0, and Steve West getting over the line against Carl Wilson in the first game of the last round of fixtures. Labanauskas and Wilson go toe-to-toe in game 10, and they're the top 2 in the table, both on 12 points. The winner will move on to 14, and it would mean that the victor of this contest will be in a very good position. Bradley Brooks will find himself 4 points behind going into his clash in a few games' time against Neil Duff. But what's going to happen in this table-topping encounter? It's the Lithuanian Lucky D up against the Englishman from Tunbridge Wells, who has had a superb debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He has taken to it like duck to water, more than treading water. He's at the top of the pile, but it could well be a case if he loses this game, the potential of sink or swim.
No doubt, and he is a roofer, so he likes to be on the very top, and he finds himself on the very top of the league. But like you said, this is a certainly a test.
First leg, it's Darius to throw first. Game on.
Darius' previous game, really a solid performance. And he does what Darius does, and
100.
both players have a similar kind of setup play, 12 darts setup, and yeah, potentially take it out. But I think that Darius's checkout just efficiency is so high that Carl Wilson will know that he can't give him any gaps, any kind of leaving the door open. You have to shut it closed when you do have the
60.
opportunity if you're going to stand a chance to win this leg. But we do know his scoring power is as good as anyone, so that might give him a bit of a breathing room.
43.
Fingers didn't work there.
There was a game yesterday won by Darius by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't the best game of the day, but perhaps not a surprise that the reason why Darius won that game was because of his proficient doubling. 4 out of 7 on the outing, whereas Carl missed 13 at a double in the contest yesterday. And that may well be the tipping point again today. Because on paper, in a scoring sense, they do meet quite nicely in the middle.
61.
Darius with the throw, but depending on what Carl does here, if he can get 2 trebles in, you put it under pressure.
83.
Bit of snappy there. I don't know if that was to the 18. He seems to have a bit of a, I'm not going to say a nervy last start, but it just seems like his rhythm goes slightly out the window. And that could be because of nerves or just being anxious and knowing
42.
what this match means. And it's the first time he's been in this position.
Well, it's a lovely guide if he finds the treble, which was just below itself.
70. Darius, you require 138.
This would be such a Darius take, wouldn't it, if he gets the 138. But he's not going to fire it, and so Wilson returns to 65 to take out the breaker throw.
43. Carly requires 65.
Carl wants to miss the bull here. He does that accurately. And gets the
first leg.
Gets the first blood, yeah. And that will be important for him, just to settle him down and knowing that Darius is an elite player. And also just chasing Carl. Break of throw is worth its weight in gold. But the hold of throw
100
is the entire lot. That's where a break of throw is the most important. But we know Darius is not going to just roll over. He's definitely going to fight every single dart. And we know that he could go ton and just crash it to death.
Do you think it's a bigger game for Carl than it is for Darius?
I think both players. I mean, Carl's now proven that he not just belongs on that stage, but belongs on the top. He's been the most prolific scorer. He's given himself opportunities. But same with Darius, though. Darius' efficiency is what it is. He slips up sometimes, but he seems to be the most consistent player. But this is the top of the pile, and they've shown why. So I feel as though it's equally important for both. And I think that because it's Carl's debut, he's got less scars. And he's just been playing really well, so he'll thrive with that confidence. But equally so for Darius. He comes off a great form patch, playing in the Nordic Baltic, winning, getting the qualifier to the Worlds, all of those things. So he's sure of himself, but Carl just seems unflappable. So
Darius, you require 167.
Yeah, I think for both players. I think this doesn't decide the league, but it definitely shows who's the most in form over the last 2 days.
95. Carly require.
Well, Labanauskas has left himself on 72, poised for the break if this does not go. He is going to get a dart, a double 16.
76.
But it's a dart that comes
Darius
and goes.
requires
And so he now
72.
has to wait in the background and hope that Labanauskas cannot mop up the 72. He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 12. Big dart. Big
Shot on the
fine.
second leg.
And Carl
Darius
Wilson in the
Labanauskas.
background would have been hoping, praying for a miss. And his prayers have not been answered as
Third
Lucky D
leg,
levels
it's
up at
Darius to throw
1-1.
first. Game on.
Really great darts there. Just steady, self-assured, and just knows what he can do. It's
60.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Darius has the most consistent technique that can yield consistent results over and over.
140.
And that's what most players in the world. Look at that. So beautiful.
140.
I'd love to hear David Attenborough's commentary on a Darius Labanauskas throw. That
83.
would be, if somebody could do a skit like that. I don't know who's great at. Are you good at voices? Yes.
No.
Come on, let's try.
37.
We'll save it for an outtake video.
80.
When Attenborough does darts. I'm sure our social media team, who are very good here, by the way, I'm sure they'll be able to dub some Attenborough commentary together. Some of his documentary stuff and put it into a darts
85.
match.
It'd be amazing. Back to the action. Darius lingering, and this could be a big
98.
visit, and that visit does put the Darius Labanauskas under throw. So far, we've seen 2 breaks. Yet to see a hold. Darius now needs to find the treble to make sure that Carl does not have an
42.
easy
Charlie
ton in here,
require
but
100.
that 137 means that he has to do some magic, but Carl might not give him any opportunity. Double 10 now needed. Ooh, that's a bit
90.
wide. Maybe a bit of feeling now, but a nerviness.
Darius, you require
Darius's previous visit
137.
has not given him a great opportunity, and that 137 certainly needs to go, and it's not. So Carl now has another opportunity to break through.
But double 5
59.
is not
Charlie
always
require
kind.
10.
And both players know the significance of this moment. The significance of the couple of darts that Carl Wilson is throwing at the board. The significance of that
8.
double 2 and the
Darius, you
significance of that
require
miss.
78.
And so he's now missed 5 darts at a double to break the throw of Labanauskas, who's only going to get 1 at tops. But that's all he
Shot on
needs
the
to
third
pinch it.
leg, Darius
Labanauskas leads 2-1. A game he should be trailing in, he has control of.
Fourth flag, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
We've spoken about Carl's almost tenacity. But he's done that against
57.
players that are not as consistent as Darius. So now he'll need to make less mistakes than he has been, and that's just going to add more pressure. And even shots like this add more pressure because
136.
you know that there was an opportunity to break through and then hold, and all of these demons come rushing in. But how does that affect him?
140.
Is the question.
Darius
95.
whispering in the background for most of this group, but now making a big noise as we head towards the middle portion. And he could be the clubhouse
44.
leader if he can win this game. And it's felt like a while, hasn't it, since Carl has not been top of the table.
$140.
And I hate to say I told you so, but before a
60.
dart was thrown,
Darius, you
I
require
thought the averages would be quite similar,
130.
and it would be the ability of Darius to take out shots that would be the difference. And so far, Carl 1 from 6, Darius 2 from 3 on the doubles, with the averages just a point apart.
65.
Now Carl Wilson has to set up and make sure he doesn't give Darius an easy... Ooh,
40.
and the bounce out there
Darius, you require
helps
65.
Darius. And this might be the straw that broke the camel's back. It's the first
On
time.
the 4th flag, Darius Labanauskas.
Carl's now held the throw there, and now it gives the advantage to Darius.
5th flag, it's Darius to throw first.
Yesterday's match was
Game on.
4-2 to Darius. Seems like a major improvement here, and you know that Carl Wilson could have gone into this game 2-1 if he's not missed that 4 darts at a double.
97.
And we did say that that is his Achilles heel, so slight improvement there would change the fortunes and change the standings in games. He always puts it on himself.
140.
This could be an opportunity for him to properly bounce back, where he goes on a floodie, scores well, finishes well, and ends the game 4-3. If not, that is finishes 1-4-1.
One thing Darius is doing as well is, at crucial points, finding good legs. He did so against Bradley Brooks. He finds a 14 darter when he got away with one
57.
the leg before. He had spells in that game against Neil Duff. He won that game with a 13 darter. So when it's coming to pressure points, Labanauskas is being able to find good legs. And
80.
that is the key difference. That is the key margins, being able to do it when it matters. And Darius today has been doing exactly that.
81.
The form guide never lies, and you can tell. It's the same repetition, and that's the recipe for success. If you can repeat
97.
a good technique, more often than not, you'll be. And that's the reason why I was so surprised when he told me he's not on the tour anymore. It's like, how is that even possible with a man with all of your ability?
Darius, you require 167.
Also explains how tough the tour is.
Well, Labanauskas isn't going to take out the 167. Now, he broke Carl Wilson in 14 in the previous
97.
leg.
Carly
His
require
opponent has the
56.
opportunity to do exactly the same, to bring it back to throw and to bring it back to 3-2. Double 16. Now double 8. The misses rack
78.
up and the misses become
Darius, you require
magnified, because
70.
this is for the match, and this is to send Darius Labanauskas 2 points clear at the top of this Group A table. This could be the moment where it all changes. That could have been the
38.
dart that set Darius
Carly
free.
require 8.
Carl Wilson can
Gets on
breathe
the
a sigh of
fifth leg,
relief,
Carl
and
Wilson.
now breaks back. And this game has so many twists and turns.
6th leg,
Carl
it's Carl to
Wilson
throw
now
first. Game on.
has an opportunity to level up proceedings and take us to a last leg. But can he start off with a 180? He's done it all day yesterday.
100.
He does it in one of the most important games of his league campaign. That's such a strong characteristic there. But Darius certainly not going to roll over. He's going to drop down now and find the 131, and it's as good as a 180. The follow-up throw here is vitally important, making sure that you find a treble after that 180, and he does.
How the pendulum can swing. Labanauskas had one dart at double 16 to win this game. He was unable to take it, and consequently, he could find himself on the back foot in a few moments' time. Wilson rampaging on throw, looking to take us to a deciding leg. And if so, you'll sense that the momentum moves into his favour. He's left himself on a finish after 9. Darius with it all to do.
And that's what we said about Carl, though, is he's resilience, it's his bounce back ability. It's also that belief and
60.
knowing that he can switch it
Charlie
on.
require 102.
This would be it's not needing to go, but it will settle him certainly for the final. What a perfect second dart. And the
70.
third dart just slightly rushed. And we said that yesterday. His timing on those doubles, he takes not even a full second, just a split second more to make sure that his grip is correct and it kind of lays properly in his hand. I think he'll increase his accuracy on the outer ring immediately.
Carly require 32.
So this to take us all the way.
Game shot on the
13 darter for Carl Wilson. And we do go the distance in this top of the table tussle where the victor will move 2 points clear of their opponent.
Carl Wilson versus Steve West was in the same position. Steve pulled out a 12 darter to break the throw and actually take the game. Carl Wilson, I feel, will have to do something similar. And he'll need to find the red, but more often than not. And he can't go blank at all.
100.
Just edge closer as Darius opened up with a trebulous visit. Wouldn't want to repeat that, and he won't. So this could be a 180. Just a steady Darius ton.
100.
It's okay, but Carl with something sizable can take charge of the leg. Even just another treble here.
81.
You would have felt that he would have just about swayed it in his hand. So after 6, it's as you were. It's Labanauskas who still has that advantage of throw, but cannot afford another dry turn.
96.
Darius' last dart in hand is always on search for the treble, and now Carl will want to find another one, and this could be a monumental 180.
125.
Ooh, that was a little snappy. Pressure really coming onto him now, and in the lead of 50 points, but Darius now needs to find that treble.
45.
And he searched it, did not get it. Puts Carl in the driver's seat.
6 darts and 195 to win this match. Remember, Darius Labanauskas had led this game by 3 legs to 1. He had a dart at double 16 to win it by 4 legs to 1. And now he may be looking in the background at his opponent, Carl Wilson, who has a finish to win this match. 138. It's a big ask, but it's an opportunity. It's an opening nonetheless.
92.
Labanauskas leaving himself on 108. But this for Carl Wilson to move 2 points clear at the top of the group. He's not going to take out the 138. How is he going to leave it?
58.
Okay. But
Darius
this
will
would be so typically Darius Labanauskas.
Oh, the worst dart he could have hit. He's got 99 left, and as you know, the dartboard maths there, 99 can't be taken out with 2 darts, so Carl will have either 1 or 2 darts at the double.
80.
What an opportunity. What an opening. Double 10 for Carl Wilson, who moves 2 points clear at the top of the table. He gets the better at Darius Labanauskas in 7. And how important could this encounter, could that win be in the end game? Darius missing a dart at double 16 to win that match 4-1. He'd then go on to lose in a deciding leg. Carl Wilson, a 4-3 victor against the Lithuanian. Coming up after the break, it's Steve West up against Niels van Zanten.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Front
hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! You can be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is glistening and resplendent on this Tuesday morning, a very autumnal day here in Portsmouth. Luckily, no rain outside, which is very good news because I've got to go to the cricket tomorrow afternoon. So I'm hoping that subsides for tomorrow. But right here, right now, we are watching Steve West and Niels van Zanten go toe-to-toe. Before the break, Carl Wilson beat Darius Labanauskas in a top-of-the-table battle by 4 legs to 3. Labanauskas had led 3-1, missed a dart at double 16 to win by 4 legs to 1. And from that point onwards, it kind of really put the mockers on things for Darius as Carl rallied towards the win.
119.
A drama-filled match. It was fantastic to be part of, and just seeing both players really show character and scoring, and Carl changing up his finishing there at the end when he needed it most.
100.
Put under some real pressure. But this game here now, Steve West throwing some great darts at the moment, and
94.
certainly wants to get one over Niels van Zanten. Niels now lingering at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, there's a meeting between two players in the bottom half of the table. The way the group lies now, you have the top 3, which are pretty much cut adrift from the bottom 3. So Wilson, Labanauskas and Brooks on 14, 12 and 10 respectively.
100.
And then there's a 4-point gap between Brooks and West, and a big gap in terms of legs difference as well. Duff and Van Zanten both find themselves on 4. Steve with a win in this game, mixed and matched with a big win for Neil Duff against Bradley Brooks, would put him back in play
91.
for a Group B spot. With Brooks taking on Wilson to end the day, and West taking on Duff.
So what you're basically
58.
saying is we could still
Neils,
see
you
a
require
reshuffle of that
170.
the league.
A new world order at the middle portion of Group A. And Steve West looking to, once again, illuminate
78.
the live
Steve, you
lounge in
require
Portsmouth on a Saturday
130.
night. Looking for a free figure-out shot. The ball for the 130.
89.
Would have joined
Neils, you
121 in his
require
collection
92.
today. So what can Van Zanten make of the 92 here? This is for the break of throw. May go double-double. Does go double-double. Double 16.
60.
That would
Steve,
have
you
hurt
require
that.
41.
Audacious shot there, but getting the 1 double, needing 2. Steve West loves double tops. Easy on double 10s now.
31.
Inside, and
Neils,
that's
you
just
require 32.
a story of Steve West's journey so far in this Super Series 9. It's Monday and Tuesday. Gives Niels an opportunity to break the throw with ease as well.
24.
Not up to the task.
Steve, you require 10.
This has now been a hit and hope opportunity, yeah. Double 1 next to the double top, so he's opted for
No
it, and
score.
all of it inside,
Niels, you require
inside, and
8.
inside. This is it's weighing on his mind, and then his arm.
6.
12 missed darts between the
Steve,
pair
you
to win this
require
first
10.
leg. Van Zanten's in the madhouse. And Steve will be raging if he loses
Yeah,
this
shot on the
leg. But he
first
pins
leg.
the double
Steve
5. He moves 1-0 up. Both players shaking their head and having a chuckle to one another at the end of that
Second
one.
leg. It's
Steve
Niels to throw
looking
first.
around the room,
Game on.
looking to search for something.
Maybe we should go to the corner, where Richie was rubbing all the time against the speaker. Maybe there's some magic in that speaker.
140.
Yeah, Richie Burnett and that speaker last week was quite the intrigue. Put it this way, it felt rude to have a
60.
camera on them. We should let them have their moment to themselves. Is it like in Aladdin, with the genie, you rub the genie and then you get 3 wishes.
He gets 3 dots in the treble 20.
140.
Niels, yeah, starting off with a absolute blinder, back-to-back 140s. Putting Steve in a bit
57.
of bother. As you said there, 14 dots on the double only to close out that game from the 2 players. Bit of reshuffling there and just making sure that his
83.
dartboard mats are solid.
How typical is that when you feel like you're out of the leg, you come up with a max? But he may not be out of the leg because Van Zanten's only on 138, and we know that he's been struggling all day in terms of finishing off
58.
legs. 2 from 27 so far today, the Dutchman.
$60. Niels, you require
Steve
80.
West smiling, but certainly inside. He's raging. Niels Van Zanten then missed the big number.
44.
Goes for
Steve,
the
you require
44. Favored
144.
36. This would be a rib shot. But Steve shaking his head
44.
all the time. And we spoke
Niels, you
about the
require
animation of
36.
Steve West and Neil Duff and even Bradley Brooks. And you can tell when they're really unhappy.
Game shot on the second leg. Niels Van Zanten.
Niels Van Zanten there. First time of asking. More uncharacteristic that he gets it first dart. And
Third leg. It's Steve to throw first.
this is
Game on.
This is where Steve West can switch on now. This is the kind of game where if you had that Labanauskas
60.
almost mindset where you reset and you just go ton, 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 he wins this game. He's back in the mix.
It was very interesting that Niels, for the last 2 days, when he has left double 18. Hit it in the last
60.
leg, but in the first leg, he has 72 left. Went double-double, but went double top for double 16 as opposed to the 2 double 18s.
57.
Great observation there, Henry. And I think that it's exactly the same like you were saying about Bradley's the 60 shot. It's just based on the comfortability and also what mind space he is in, because
100.
he's been missing. Maybe like you say, I mean, if 36 is his shot, he should have definitely gone there.
121.
But who knows? It's Neil, though. It's Neil's. I mean, the man has 2 koi fish on his back and plays with material flights.
You stop carping on about that fish on the back of his shirt.
45.
Something quite fishy about that.
Talking absolute codswallop.
139.
Anyway, we're finished with that conversation. West looking at 1-2-4 to lead 2-1.
100. Steve, you require 124.
124 does not have to go as Niels is on a 196, but certainly a
92.
great setup there. And Steve West will like that because he comes to the board again to hold the throw. You feel it's a reset moment for him. 50 dots thrown on a double now and can make this a 16 or 17
46.
darter.
Steve, you require 32.
You want to see the back of this leg and just attack the Niels van Zanten throw. He has to make sure. He's got the people's eyebrow there, made famous by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. And that is an absolute shot. He literally nearly stood off the stage just behind the barrier there, and he does do the...
It's Niels to throw first.
He does. He gives us the thumbs up there, and you can tell he was impressed by it as much as we were.
Yeah, Steve likes doing this thing though. When he's done something really good, he likes to look up at the commentary box just to see whether we
85.
were watching.
We are watching, Steve. That's all we do.
Put it this way, I'm glad. I mean, if we weren't watching, it would be in a bit of
93.
trouble.
But he would have loved that, though. I mean, that even those kind of shots, even he'll overlook the fact that he missed 2 in the leg at the double,
60.
and he had to get it in the last start. Also, just the way in which he set it up. There's a confidence. There's a lot of positives in that last 6 to 9 darts that he had. So
58.
you almost want him to remove that animation from his game and just focus on just staying steady. And as he knocks his head there, give your head a shake, Steve. Way better than this boy.
Well, it's a game that neither player will be pleased in terms of how they're playing, how they're scoring, how they're
76.
finishing. It's one of those matches where, particularly for Steve, because he does have that potential for Group B still to play for with a win in this particular match. It's just about getting over the line.
140.
But again, Steve's an experienced campaigner, whether it be here or any arena in the world, that he knows there's still levels going. He needs to find a way of clawing them out. Of course he does. But you almost reach a situation where you just try and draw out what you can right now, and then hopefully tomorrow will be a more fruitful day performance-wise for you.
140.
We see both
Niels,
players
require
exchanging
140.
140s. But Steve West there with a back-to-back 140. And as we said, the confidence certainly can go in the opposite direction than what it was. And just with that shot, that
24.
almost belief that it went after he got the
requires
32, he's like,
70.
yeah, mustard. I can do this. And now we see it very quickly. 20, he's going to go, ooh, he's going to have to go double 10 now. Oh, and just
60.
chasing that double
Niels, you
tops,
require
maybe just threw out the rhythm.
116.
And now Niels has an outside chance here. He's going to go treble 20 to leave his favored double 18, but doesn't get it. Now has to set up. Just Want to go 17 to leave 36.
80.
Steve West
Steve,
now
you
with a
require
challenging
10.
10.
And Niels is left on his favourite double 18. He's
on
not
the
going to get a
full
go at
flag.
it. Steve
Steve
West
West.
breaks. He leads 3-1 and now has the darts, has the serve to see this game through.
Fifth flag. It's Steve to throw first.
Work for that man to
Game
do.
on.
Steve West in a brilliant position here. And this will
43.
certainly boost his hopes of making that Group B. We're not writing him off for the win, but you almost it seems like both Carl and Darius has to have the wheels come off for somebody else to kind of run ahead. And if I'm a betting man, one player, yes. Two players,
140.
it's a bit challenging. Yeah, so he can certainly put his name in the hat there and just make sure that he has a great run. But like you said, it's 2 tournaments virtually.
45.
It's a week of 2 halves, and it really does when you're in the... I mean, you've played a full week here, Devon, so you couldn't testify yourself. It does feel like it feels like a completely different feel to the event on a Thursday, Friday, where Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you do work your way into the week. But Thursday and Friday feels very much like business.
100%, and you kind of just want to be in a position. You don't want to be low on confidence. You don't want to take so many negatives with you into that
84.
separate weeks. Yeah, he set up on. I honestly think like Steve is one of those players that can actually turn up tomorrow and really make a great push for it.
See if you require 100.
But he's going to need some brilliance and luck.
Went bull to win the match with his opponent not on a finish.
Dirty.
That might have been dirty, but this could be
45.
delightful if
Stevie
West could
requires
take out this
16.
double 8 for 4-1 win and put him on to 8 points in the group and put him just in the background of the picture of the Group B
on the
equation.
mark,
Steve West beats Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1. A shake of the head as he collects his match-winning darts from the board. He moves on to 8 points, and depending on what happens in our next game, he could be in the picture for Group B. That's how this game went statistically. West winning by 4 legs to 1. After the break, it is Bradley Brooks up against Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Steve West got the better of Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1. That may well help him in his race towards Group B. And if he does so, who's he going to play in it? Well, let's find out, because this is the tournament breakdown for Week 1 of Series 9. We've been watching the 6 players on the left-hand side of your picture in Group A. In Group B, we're going to see the first ever winner in this building, Kieran Tian, alongside Richard Rowlands, who's looking to make it a second consecutive Champions League appearance. And it's a debut for Gemma Hayter, who has done some magnificent stuff on the Women's Series in 2024. Group C sees Charlie Martin, ADC Tour winner this year, alongside the former champion of champions, Alex Small, and Scott Marsh, the 2021 British Open champion. That's what we're going to watch on Thursday and Friday this week. But right here, right now, it is Neil Duff and Bradley Brooks that are going to go toe-to-toe on the Oki. Duff, who sees himself on 4 points in the group, up against Bradley Brooks, had a really good start to the day, but that 4-0 defeat to Darius Labanauskas has seemingly derailed the serene progress that the man for Blackburn has made so far today. And so this the final game from the 4th round of fixtures. Brooks against Duff. A big match for this man in your picture here.
Bradley Brooks wants to make sure that he doesn't get too far detached from that top 2 players, Carl and Darius. And this will be an important match for both players.
140.
Neil Duff on is being Neil's before this, and he wants to kind of get that almost a resurgence moving forward. And I think that if you got 3 players there, Neil, Steve, and Bradley coming through, they could, if they unsettle Carl and Darius, I mean, they can try. It could leave the group the last day very, very important. I mean,
97.
Unless those 2 players just come out and just blitz them. But I think both. I mean, the crazy part is we're talking about Neil Duff
100.
and Steve West in the bottom end of the table, and that's always a crazy scenario.
However, it leaves us in a very good situation. Well, 192 left here for Bradley Brooks. Should go down for the bullseye.
33.
But there is a potential scenario here where West and Duff or Brooks could even drop down into that Group C. We could have a real
60.
heavyweight afternoon session on Thursday and Friday afternoon, and we could see some big hitters not even make the Saturday night. Remember, this is a Group A which has had 4 players make Champions Week in the last 2 series.
141.
So many permutations happening there. You'll speak all day about it, but we see Bradley on 116, now needs the 19. He's going to go tops, but will he go inside? Goes over the top, so he's definitely rectified that inside late release. Duffy looking to steal it. Needs a double 9. Chasing and gets it.
Neil Duff
finds the rabbit he was looking for. Neil Duff getting an opportunity there. Bradley only having 1 dot, and it was on his throw as well. So Neil Duff really wants to rush in an opportunity here and
121
on the pressure.
And this, you feel, a real big test of Bradley Brooks' staying power, real test of his resistance. We've spoken a lot about how he deals with setbacks, and actually how this year he's been better at dealing with it than he has done maybe in the past. But it could get to a point here where the frustration, particularly on the back of that 4-0 defeat to Darius Labanauskas, just continues to ratchet up and ratchet up. And as a consequence, he could boil over if he doesn't channel that frustration in the right way.
140.
All comes down to maturity in the game. He'll just have to understand that he has to take the rough with the smooth. Talking about smooth, Neil Duff after 9 on
91.
140.
Now we
So
require
he's
140.
kind of opened up that opportunity to give him 6 darts, but he needs to find a solid treble here at least.
42.
He does not. So
Bradley require
now needing 98,
170.
and the big fish has not been hit yet. Oh, and still goes on.
130.
Still swimming the ocean.
Now we require 98.
Well, he set up with a little fish, which has given him tops if Duff cannot convert. And he's not going to take out the 98. So Brooks leaving tops after 12 to
38.
break
Bradley
Duff
require
back
40.
for 1 apiece. For parity in this contest, double 10.
30.
That double, which
Here
has
we
been so
require
good to him
60.
this week, is beginning to desert him. He scratches his head. He wonders what's going on. And by the time he returns to the board, he
on
may
the
find
second
himself
leg,
2-0
nil
down.
down.
He will find himself 2-0 down.
Bradley's
Third leg. It's Bradley to
had
throw
2
first.
opportunities there for
Game
this
on.
result to be reversed already. Now Neil's broken and held. Neil will feel like he's
140.
in the right space. If he just applies a little pressure. He did make a mess of the
60.
140 after 9. Nearly lost that leg as well. So Bradley's scoring power is still there. It's just
45.
managing that tops, and you kind of expected him to hit that double 10, but you did make a mention early in the show. When that double 10 starts to desert him, you know that that's
100.
his headspace, because it's if he's confident, that double 10 goes every day. If he's not, it's as thin as a wire.
96. 140.
Well, Duff leaving himself on 2-1, just lingering in the background of the double break if Brooks cannot set up efficiently here.
28.
And he can't. And so the door is open here for Duff to get the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. A day which started so well for Bradley Brooks is going oh so wrong in the
105.
middle portion. He lost 4-0 to Darius Labanauskas. He could find himself 3-0 down here to Neil Duff in next to no time at all.
134. Now you require 96. 56. Bradley
Leaves the
requires
tops, and
58.
Bradley again has an opportunity. And that's just to hold through and stay in the match at least. Needs to find the double 10. His favorite double 10.
Gets on his third leg.
Definitely
Bradley
gets it, and you like to see that. Bradley now.
Fourth flag. It's Neil to throw
Certainly.
first. Game on.
Bradley certainly finding a groove there and having an opportunity.
45.
Only 1 out of 6 so far on the doubles, but Neil Duff has been the more efficient. You see the scoring, and
60.
just both players now on in the mid-80s. Bradley Brooks certainly throwing at that, but Neil Duff now, you can tell that Neil's getting into the
85.
more Neil Duff-esque kind of throw, and finishing legs off. Yesterday was a tough task for him on the outer ring.
Well, we can see from that camera angle there above the boards
57.
how Bradley's darts stand up to attention. So anything that goes down or below a certain target, which he's then trying to aim for again, is awkward. We saw yesterday when on a
100.
60, he'll go triple 12 for double 12 because he doesn't like the lie of the single 20 in the board ahead of a dart at tops. Again, another example of that dart going below the intended target and it being
134.
awkward for him. He recovers very well there, and he puts himself in a very good position in this leg against the throw. And though quicker could Neil Duff have been in a position to win this game 4-0, could he be in a predicament here where he may find
58.
himself level in a few moments' time? Bradley's got 6 here from 250 to level this match up from 2-0 down.
It's a great camera angle there from the team, and
140.
great explanation, Henry. I mean, every time he gets the dart low, he has to switch, and that switch has to be effective.
59. Bradley require 110.
Neil Duff back to the animated.
$70.
Held my breath
Neil,
there,
you require 154.
just to see what Bradley was going to do. And I like when his darts goes above the treble because it fills him with more confidence.
44.
When it goes low,
Bradley
you can tell
require
it affects
40.
him in a negative way. His favorite double 10 is waiting. Not going to get a shot on that, but
No score. Neil, you require 110.
Well, that was a perfect example as to why he does not like a dart the wrong side of an intended target. It can completely isolate him.
50.
And if he
Bradley
misses this
require
tops again with an
40.
X3 in hand, he could be an isolated figure in this match. Old Faithful does not come to his aid. But double
Game shot on
five
a
does.
full flag.
And we're
Bradley
back
Brooks.
level at 2-2. And from 2-0 down, Bradley Brooks has leveled this contest up.
Fifth flag. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
could have been so easily a 4-0 to Bradley. Neil Duff scratching his head, just looking to find something positive.
58.
Early on in the game, he did look like he was kind of finding himself. Stands far over to the left and throws towards the, almost angled towards the treble 20. Whereas Bradley's straight down the middle and just make sure that it comes straight out. The only thing with Bradley is that it could go low. With Neil Duff, it just could spray wide as well.
Let's talk about the mentality of both players in this situation. If you're nil, you 2-0 up and you peg back to 2-2, and vice versa. If you're Bradley, you've come back from 2-0 down, not playing well, and you've leveled this match up. How will both players be faring on either side of the emotional Richter scale right now?
I think Bradley will feel like he's coming into the game and more confident than Neil. The cliche is his tail is up in that sense, but with Neil could have, his animation, 57. And I think that's the one thing that Bradley's feeding into. As uncomfortable as Bradley might feel right now, he knows that Neil Duff is exactly in the same position. If Neil Duff showed some composure and not as animated, almost poker face like, I think Bradley would be under some kind of bit more pressure.
140. Bradley require 143.
143 is not going to go, and so Duff, who has found himself back at an even kill to him this match, could move himself back in front again if he can take out this 104. And he's going to get a dart. He should have had a dart in his favoured tops, but he's lapsed on the big number. And Bradley only scoring 28 in his previous turn means that he's left himself a free darter and a much harder opportunity to hit the front for the first time. Needs a treble. Gets a treble, and he's going to get a dart at double 18, 79. Which skims the wire.
Neil, you require 16.
16 here for Neil on the favoured side, but certainly moving now over across to the double 4, one dart in hand.
Game
He
shot
gets it.
Flag.
And that's a rib shot, that, and Bradley Brooks will certainly feel like that was a missed moment there, but not just on the finishing. That 28 to set up the 1-5 was the biggest slip that he could have.
100.
Bradley had a shot in every single game here. And he'll be upset if he loses.
These are the ones that sting, not the 59. Ones when you get outplayed. You can, as disappointed as you are, you can kind of accept the outcome, but it's these ones that really play on the back of the mind.
85.
It's the final game for the fourth round of fixtures. The last round will see Niels van Zanten take on Darius Labanauskas. Carl Wilson will face off against Bradley Brooks. So the day will end with Neil Duff and Steve West.
140.
Back-to-back 140s there. Players responding, and
57.
Bradley there going for doing some board management. Starting with the 18s to set up for having a cover shot. Neil Duff unbothered by that.
Bradley Brooks missed a dart at double 18 on the back of the 115 to lead this game 3-2 from 2-0 down. Hasn't had another opportunity since. He may not get another opportunity if Neil Duff can find treble 13. And if so, we decided to go for treble 17 to leave himself double 10 as opposed to the treble 13 to leave double 16. And so Brooks is going to get another go at a ton plus out. This to take us all the way. Treble 15 does not go.
65. Neil, you require 40.
Neil Duff now to close out the match.
Game
Gets
shot
it.
on the match. Neil Duff.
Neil Duff there, 4-2, the victor over Bradley Brooks. That changes the complexion of the league table. Not only for Bradley, but for Neil as well, and certainly getting the confidence. Neil Duff there just edging him on the averages, 83.3 and 82.29 for Bradley. Loads of missed opportunities. We'll have Niels van Zanten next against second on the log here, Darius Labanauskas.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 12 matches, 4 rounds here in this Group A, and it results in the table looking like this, and it's a very uniformed league table as well. Carl Wilson leading the way on 14 points, and every other player 2 points behind the other. Labanauskas on 12, Brooks on 10, West on 8, Duff on 6, and Van Zanten at the bottom of the pile on 4 points. And so this is a meeting now in game 13 between the player in second position and the player at the bottom of the pile. Niels van Zanten and Darius Labanauskas going toe-to-toe to complete one another's day. And this was a meeting yesterday which was won comprehensively by the Lithuanian. Labanauskas running out a 4-0 winner against the Dutchman, averaging 92.5. He, unsurprisingly, was 4 out of 7 on the doubles in that particular contest. As for Niels, it's been, well, a trying day. He hasn't won a match so far
First
on this
leg, it's
Tuesday. He's
Niels to
hoping
throw
to finish with a
first.
win up against
Game on.
the Lithuanian, who, to be honest, if you look at the day as a whole, probably played some of the best darts at times. Couple of 98 averages, but the 2 games he lost, his opponents very much raised their game against him.
And I think we said that in the show today. You have to beat Darius. He's not going to lose a game. He's not going to be the reason. It's going to be, you'd have to exceptionally
45.
do something really great. Same like Carl did there. I mean, just restrict him to open shots or comfortable opportunities, even from the 3-1 on. And this is exactly what the standard that Darius has set, and the form he's in as well. Any checkouts left, most of the time they are going, even if it's last darts in hand we've seen. So yeah, it's
100.
I think the which, like you explained with the table, those 2 players, they fully deserve to be on top of the table.
43.
And Zanten, though, taking the ascendancy in this first leg. Now, Darius yesterday actually put in his best performance right at the end of the session. He actually got better as the session went along. But it's been a slow start to his last game today. And it's allowed Van Zanten here, 6 from 184 to take out the opening leg.
60.
Niels Van Zanten not winning a game today. And having one of the most informed players at the end.
124.
That's a tough task, though. Just looking at the way his performances, he's
92.
He's almost at a topsy-turvy.
Require 116.
On the checkouts. It could have been a completely different result and put him in a different position, but he's finishing. Bobby George always says, trebles for show, doubles for dough.
56. Niels, you require 32.
Is Niels Van Zanten going to get the dough in this opening leg? Double 8. And his finishing has been a real problem as he sets himself. Can he just nudge that off the barrel?
16.
He tried to, but he nudged it the other side.
Require 60.
That is, yeah, we'll try and find it as close to the tops. And now just sliding it over. I want to find the open bit on the left side.
40.
The ups for the right. And
Niels, you require
uncharacteristic there. 2 dots at a double and missing. And also, deep into this leg already, both players have thrown 18 darts. Niels has missed first. Starting the game on a 180, but now wants to close in double 4.
8.
Still, the outer ring
Darius, you
just
require
deserts him.
20.
And against this man, you cannot afford multiple misses at the outer ring. However, Darius uncharacteristically lackluster on his doubles, and Van Zanten is going to get a third chance.
8.
I think in every single game that Darius has played against the previous opponents, he's always been pushed. So he's needing to, he didn't need to maintain focus. As we see Niels there, gets a first leg there. After
second leg, it's Darius to throw first.
7 darts missed and kitchen on the 8th. But you realize that Darius now needs to maintain focus and discipline.
100.
Not based on reaction, but action almost, because if he gets drawn into the Niels game, he's going to be missing some doubles and be a bit more lackluster, where in the other games, he's pushed and he had to perform.
140.
It's feeling very hit and miss right now for Niels. When it's there, but there's been no in the middle with him so far.
140.
most impressive of Darius is his ability to reset. And I'd like to see how this game goes for him. Niels here taking it to him, and Darius can't be too lackluster because you know that Niels can play. If his finishing comes on, he'll definitely give you a game. And if Darius were to slip up now, it would give Carl a comfortable
60.
lead at the top, but obviously he's got no easy game next, which is Bradley Brooks. But Darius, yeah, does not want to find himself in a sticky game.
Could find himself in a sticky situation here if he can find another trouble here. Van Zanten leads himself first to finish on 164. And if Labanauskas isn't careful here, he could find himself 2-0 down.
$129.
And what a last start there. Just recalculating, making sure that he gets the numbers right. But Niels here on an opportunity on the 164. Needs to get it again and needs the bullseye.
139.
Oh, that is just outside as you see Niels Van Zanten pouting there to the mirror. I mean, to the camera as he messes Natalie. And Darius Labanauskas now can punish. He does do the statuesque pose. But he needs to readjust, reassess. Double six is needed.
60.
Wyatt Clipper.
Usually required 25.
And a potential game changer of a moment here. If Van Zanten could take out this 25, he breaks the further Lithuanian. He goes 2-0 up and would then have the darts to move 3-2 the good. Double 12. Pinned first time. And that's a 14 darter for Niels Van Zanten. He's improving as the day comes to its close. He leads 2-0 against Darius Labanauskas. And this could be music to the ears of Carl Wilson and Bradley Brooks. They go toe-to-toe in the penultimate match of the day. If Van Zanten can do that pair a favour, Carl Wilson could move 4 points clear at the top of the group, or the top three could all be within 2 points of one another. This could be a sliding doors moment if Niels gets the job done.
We did say that there's some more drama, just with all the permutations that could happen, and all the players sleep on the nice side of the bed, wake up on the right side, and come with the right mentality tomorrow. You could see different results in different fashions, and it could be a different table. Will Carl be still at the top is the question.
100.
Well, if Labanauskas loses this game, he will be guaranteed the lead overnight no matter what, because Bradley obviously can only get on 12 and he's playing Carl in the next game. But it would set up a battle royale, and because
83.
Carl Wilson and Bradley Brooks is the penultimate game of a Tuesday afternoon, that will be the first game on Wednesday morning. So the next two matches for them two players are against one another. How crucial that head-to-head could be. So there is a possibility that if Van Zanten does get the job done here, Bradley Brooks could be joint top of the table come 10 to 10 tomorrow morning. I know we're talking way in advance, but there is that possibility now.
$40.
If day one is new school day, day two is where you're kind of studying, and day three is the exam. And that's what we're looking at. Yeah, and Darius still in a bit of trouble, not doing what he's been doing all day.
44.
The position now, Darius needs to find that trebles as often as he has been all day.
96.
Six starts here for Van Zanten to open up a 3-0 lead. This a result which, if the truth be told, on the balance of play for both players today, looked
40.
unlikely. But Van Zanten, with only a 40 turn, has just opened up the door for Darius in the background. And we've seen how quickly 2-0 leads in this Group A can be whittled away.
100.
Saw it in the last game. I know Neil Duff went on a beat.
140.
Bradley Brooks 4-2, but from 2-0 up was hauled back in.
$56.
Feel like a
Darius,
ton
you
there would have
require
been magical.
82.
But now 82. Darius might have one shot at it. No, he'll have 2 dots. That bullseye has put him in a great position now. Niels van Zanten cannot look.
Darius Labanauskas.
Looks to the heavens. And all he hears is Jack
Four
just
flag. It's Darius
giving the
throw
game
first.
to Darius. And Darius has broken the throw. We could be level pegging at the end of this match. And then that 2-0 lead that Niels has seen has come and gone.
Gone in the blink of an eye. And all eyes here at the live lounge, very much on Series 9. We do also have a couple of special events in the middle of this series. The culmination of the ADC season will be
100.
televised here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. The ADC Women's and Men's Championship Tour finals will take place in consecutive weekends in November, the 9th and 16th, respectively. They're both 12:30 starts on the Super Series YouTube channel, but you can also be here. It's £2 a ticket, and on top of it, you'll also get tickets to the Saturday night at the live lounge. So you can scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called dartshot.tv. And imagine this, Devon. You can watch 2 sessions worth of darts involving some of the best players in the world without a tour card, and all you have to pay is a £2 fee. 2 sessions of darts.
A £2 fee?
£2 booking fee to watch 2 sessions of world-class darts.
Magical. You can't get them anywhere else at that price and at this level as well. It's virtually international level of staging events, and it's just a fantastic day out as well for £2. I mean, sign me up. Can I get 2 tickets?
If you pay £4, then yes.
Wow. I'm hearing you. I'll just scan the barcode, and it does go to that website, so I'm signing up right now.
$45.
Darius now in a comfortable lead, and 12 dots thrown. He'll certainly have 6 on this 184, but how handy will he leave it? First dot, not impressive under the wire, but he can certainly find the treble 19, and another one there. Leaves him on the 50. So Niels now is left to put the shot under pressure, but how much pressure?
100.
Some, but not lots.
You require 50.
Darius Labanauskas was 2-0 down in this game. Van Zanten also had the ascendancy to move 3-0 up. But Laban has 2 in his hand at double 16 to level this contest up. Can he clip it off the barrel? Yes, is the emphatic answer. A flicker of the flight and a flicker in the mood of this game as well. Van Zanten would have been flying at 2-0 up, but will now feel caved in. Now the score's 2-2.
And as we said earlier,
100.
Niels rushed to that 2-0 lead. Darius were making uncharacteristic mistakes that he hasn't been making against other players. You feel as though it's just switched him on a bit and kind of made him almost give his head a wobble. I'm saying, let's not make mistakes, silly mistakes, and give away all the work that you've done so far. Niels is just looking for his first win.
And sometimes you just need a moment like that when you're 2-0 down in a contest, almost to wake you up to a certain extent. There's a saying in football, when there's a team at the top of the league and they're so comfortable, they've been winning 5 games on the bounce, they go 1-0 down away from home somewhere, and that sometimes can just be the awakener to say, right, not everything's going to go your way all of the time. You have to work for it. That complacency can set in, and sometimes not intentionally.
100%, and it's also because that makes you feel uncomfortable as well, and you have to almost go back to where it all started with that wanting and the will to win, and not just expecting to win. It's crazy that you made a football analogy there, but or an example. Arsenal has seen that happen to them a few times.
Martin Odegaardless, it seems, at the weekend against Spurs after limping off for Norway last night.
41.
Niels now back to the animated after every single dart. Laban will like that because he knows that Niels now feeling the pressure.
100.
Just turning it out there. So consistent.
Zanten didn't feel comfortable there. I think one of the stems fell a little bit loose, and so as a consequence just checked all three. And then hits a 140 to put himself on a 2-darter to move himself back in front again. And it means that all that hard work that Laban has done to get himself in the match could be irrelevant. He hits a 140 to leave himself on a single to double. Van Zanten 67 for a 3-2 lead.
Great first dart. Resets himself. Understands the importance of this. And this hold of throw put him 3-2 ahead. Struggling on that side, but that's close to the 36,
63.
And he misses that opportunity, and he knows 44. That this break of throw will be a big advantage for Darius because he will serve it out, but Darius still has work to do, and that's it. We see the pose. Statuesque, you know, when you see that arm staying in the air for more than about 60 seconds, you know that he's won the leg. It's his version of a celebration. Now Darius comfortable. That 2-0 lead now for Niels is turning to 80. A one-leg deficit.
Labanauskas strikes a pose and may well strike the last blow to Niels van Zanten, who hasn't won a game on this Tuesday. If Darius does win this, then there will be pressure on Carl Wilson to beat Bradley Brooks. If he does, it'll only be a 2-point lead overnight. But if he loses it, he will see the walls really cave in on him. Labanauskas will be on 14 alongside him, and Brooks will be on 12 if Laban can get over the line here.
The blood will be in the water, though, if Bradley Brooks does beat Carl Wilson. But
100.
It'll be another opportunity for a show of resilience. So far, he's answered every question asked of him. Carl Wilson, and
100.
Certainly the man to beat.
I'll tell you what I think the biggest positive we said about Carl is, I don't think we've mentioned the fact he's been a debutant hardly at all today, which I think is a compliment within itself, because it means that he's at home on this stage.
100%. And the debutants, one tops the group, one bottom.
85.
How fortunes contrast. Labanauskas leaves himself on a finish for the match. He had trailed 2-0 early on in the contest.
130.
But ever since he's got his first leg on the board, he has looked
141.
fairly comfortable, if the truth be told. It's been a trying day for Niels van Zanten. Darius Labanauskas looking to end the day with a 4-2 win, which would put him on to 14 points and put him very much in the picture going into tomorrow.
It was require 145.
Does not go for Van Zanten, and so Labanauskas will return for 48 to
89.
seal a 4-2 win. It will put him on to 14 points overnight, and it will put him there or thereabout going into the final day of Group A. Double 16 is found, and Darius Labanauskas is very much going to be in the reckoning when it comes to Wednesday in Group A. He moves on to 14 points overnight. He is going to be in the picture no matter what happens in Game 14. He's done his business to a fair degree. 14 points to his name following a 4-2 win against Niels van Zanten. Coming up after the break, it's first against third. It's Carl Wilson up against Bradley Brooks, and we'll know how the land will lie at the top of the table going in to Wednesday's play.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanauskas.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanauskas.
he needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Game shot on the
Not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, but she gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to begin our penultimate match of the day here on Tuesday. And what a big game it is as Carl Wilson takes on Bradley Brooks. It's first and third in the league table, respectively, going toe-to-toe. A 4-point gap between the pair at the beginning of this game. It could be whittled down to as few as 2, or it could be a chasm of 6. Sat in the middle of Carl Wilson
First
and Bradley
leg,
Brooks
it's
is
Carlson
Darius
through
Labanauskas. He got the better of
on.
Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 2 before the break. He's guaranteed to be on 14 points overnight. And so what's going to happen in this meeting, this crucial meeting between the pair?
100.
Not just is it the last game for these two today, but it's also the opening match of tomorrow morning's session.
Such an important
57.
bit of information there is whoever goes away with a victory here will feel that they have an advantage on tomorrow's opening match.
85.
Feel as though Carl's last match against Darius took a lot out of him. Came back from 3-1 to be the victor.
100.
Showed his resilience. Bradley Brooks has been on the receiving end of 2 losses.
108.
Carl, yeah, relishing at the moment and chucking in a 180. 136 after 9. Bradley looking to respond in great fashion with a 140.
Carly require 136.
That's 136, yeah, for the opener. Certainly set the standard. Does not find the treble, so Bradley has 204.
82.
Has to set up pretty much perfectly from here. But in this leg, he has had a lot of darts that go low. The first 2 darts of this visit have gone low, but it's
96.
recovered with dart 3.
Carly require 54.
Wilson 54 to take out this opening leg. 2 in hand at tops. Only
Yeah,
needs the
shot on
one.
the first
14
leg, Carl
darter
Wilson.
to get up and running and to send an instant statement to that man in your picture there, Bradley Brooks, who looks
Second
like he's
leg,
been
it's
hit
Bradley
with a
to
ton of
throw
bricks.
first. Game on. $140.
Carl really finding that treble and just doing damage every single time he approaches the board.
140.
Players know that they have to be on their very best. Bradley, yeah, showing his very best.
100.
2 ton plus versus so far. Carl up to the task. I do feel as though when you do put him under some pressure, he does
37.
not wilt, but he does feel it a bit, and you can see that the pace changes and slightly some loose darts come into play. But when Carl is running ahead, he's Usain Bolt in the Modus Super Series stage.
He's the Usain Bolt of Tunbridge Wells.
Can I imagine that?
138.
Carl the Professor Wilson. He does have that kind of... What a leg from Bradley, bouncing back and on the throw as well. Quickly finding himself 12 darts thrown.
54.
Double
Bradley
tops
require
remaining.
40.
Carl Wilson on 132, but this would be his double 10 favored.
Game
Gets
shot on
it in the
second leg,
middle.
Bradley Brooks.
That's a fantastic leg there from Bradley. 14 darter.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Carl knows he's in a game here, and a vitally important one. The standings on the log, but also how he starts tomorrow.
78.
Both legs in this contest so far, 1 in 14 darts. It's been a good game, this. I think there was a potential, wasn't there, that the way these two play, they're kind of similar to one another, and so it could be, if they're both firing on all cylinders, the contest of the day, and it may well be living up to it so far.
100.
I was going to say, there's not really been too many loose and errant darts up until that one. It's very clear that Bradley's trying just that little bit more. He's just taking
25.
that extra half second, and we saw with that visit there, just trying to reset to get everything purposely right.
Because if you get it wrong, Carl's going to punish,
60.
and that's the performance that he's put up here, not just today, but yesterday as well. Everybody knows he's a scorer. Everybody know he can finish when it's needing
96.
to finish. Not so much at his biggest strength, but certainly his 2-dart checkouts has been really a threat today.
96.
Certainly that first dart is, when it lands, kind of maximizes the score, but Bradley's got a shift there.
140.
That could have fallen out, and
67.
Call now 167, and to hold the throw, you can only leave it. So Bradley's going to come now for 100.
97.
Break
Bradley
the Carl
require
Wilson throw.
100.
Oh, this is ironic, isn't it? Tops.
60.
After all the talk
Charlie
about triple 12,
requires
double 12,
70.
he nearly found the tops for the ton plus out.
That is
on
a
third leg, Carl Wilson.
that is a crashing win there, because
Fourth
Bradley
leg, it's
Brooks
Bradley
has
to throw
been
first.
in that
Game
very
on.
position the game before this against Neil Duff. Had so many chances in every single leg to win.
100.
Was on the losing end of that previous game, and there again he had 1 dart at his favorite tops. Gave Carl the opportunity, and he took it both
58.
hands.
Bradley looks like he is seething right now. Again, another low dart. And Bradley's one of those players, again,
57.
he's very honest about how things go, and so he will know that has been an errant issue for him today.
Bradley averaging
137.
around 96 and Carl averaging 93, closer to 94. So more or less a level game.
140.
And if you look at the scoring charts there, Bradley certainly outscoring Carl.
139.
In the categories there on overall tons thrown, both players finding that treble bid. Yeah, as we see Bradley
140.
trying to convert. And the great thing is both players playing
167.
great on their throw. But this would be a bone-crushing moment. Bradley Brooks, sigh of relief, and coming back for 64 now.
64.
And he has to utilise his superior scoring power here. 2 darts at tops. Old friend double 10 comes to his aid for a level match. It's 2-2. In a match that Bam Bam has to win, it is a best of 3. It's Wilson with darts, with the darts, shall I say, in 2 of the last 3.
You find as though if that first dart's not in and it's just below, it's as good as in though, because it guides the other 2 in. And
134.
this is an inspired performance here by Bradley Brooks, averaging now 101, and we know that this is the level that Bradley can play at. And there we see a great picture there as his first dart just below the treble, the other one stacking above, and Carl has been, he's got a tight grip on this group as well. Any movement
60.
left or right, he's quick to pounce, take action.
It's a key point in the game potentially. That 140 for Carl means he's on a finish. It means Brooks is going to have to do something similar. Well, he's found a couple of trebles. He's found a hat-trick of trebles. Needs himself for the 1-2-7 in game. But is he going to get a go?
Now you expect the lights to go out, Paul Hinks to come to the stage and just go, no. He's done all the hard work and it's unraveled by the first dart.
41. Carly
Big one.
62.
Carl Wilson now, 62. Needs a 20. Double 16. He takes his time. He gets it. And this is a 100% checkout percentage here for Carl Wilson. It's been really, really important here. 15 darts there.
Game on.
Both players holding throw phenomenally well. Carl Wilson giving him no chance. And like we said, it looks like he's taking even more time on the doubles. And when he does that, he'll be really, really efficient. And the proof's in the pudding.
Well, this has been a real high-quality encounter so far. The number's indicative of it. But also, we talk so often about how many darts it takes players to win legs in matches. There's only been one above the 15 in this contest, and that was an 18-darter from Carl Wilson after a few missed doubles. You can accept that. But of the 5 legs played, 4 of them have been 5-visit range. And if we go by John Part's theorem of what encapsulates a good game of darts, things in the 5-visit range or less is a good guide and a good marker.
92.
It's so important to obviously hold your throw in this. But we know that Carl is set up an opportunity. If Bradley Brooks holds his throw here, Carl has an opportunity to throw out the game, and a game that's
96.
really needing a last leg.
121.
I think that everybody watching will be wanting that as well. Bradley didn't have to go for the 1-2-1 with Carl Wilson being on only 2-1-3, but
87.
making sure. What kind of pressure will Carl put him under? And need to throw a treble.
57.
Does not find it. So Bradley now will he go straight for it or split? Yeah, he splits it. Great finish. We have A last leg decider, Henry.
This is the biggest
Seventh
leg
and
of the
final
group so
leg.
far.
It's
Make no
Carlton
bones
through
about
first.
that.
Game on.
You feel like it's a knockout leg for Bradley Brooks because if he loses it, he's 6 points behind the lead, and if he wins it, he's 2 points behind the lead. Loses it, he's probably gone. Wins it, he's very much in it. And Carl Wilson's kicked off 177, and right from the get-go, Bam Bam has been put under it, and those low darts begin to creep in once more. It is full advantage to the debutant, who could, on the final day's worth of action, be top of the Group A table.
81.
Phenomenal start there in the last leg decider. Bradley Brooks would have just felt his heart sink to his stomach as he's seen that 177 land. Doesn't put him completely out of the game. Certainly, you're just almost hoping that your opponent have a slight of a tight visit or just not finding the treble. But
60.
Carlson's then not being able to convert as great as you wanted to. But leaving the door slightly open here.
80.
Now only 40 points in it. Carl will need to set up and make sure that he's close to the double.
159.
That's incredible. Double 12 after 12 in a last leg decider. In a leg that could see you top the group overnight going into the last day's play. And I think that's
59.
the
Carly
final
required,
kick
24.
in the knees that has succumbed to Bradley Brooks. Double 12. Now double 6. Trapdoor.
21.
If
Bradley
this
require
goes,
164.
Bam Bam may let out a boom boom.
And there's not going to be any boom boom from Bam Bam.
104.
But a great
Carly
setup there,
requires
because 3 is
3.
no easy feat. He's going to need to go inside and take his time. Maybe set up over the top, yes. And you'll find the left corner.
Game
And he
shot.
does
And the
do.
match.
Carl Wilson finds the left corner there on the double one. But a really tough encounter there and a great match to watch. Both Bradley Brooks and Carl Wilson put up a show. That puts Bradley at 4-3. Only a 99, just below the average. And Carl Wilson there, 93. Top of the group with 16 points. And last game of the day, Neil Duff versus Steve West.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to see our final game of the afternoon session as Neil Duff takes on Steve West. These two, 4th and 5th in the league standings respectively. However, Steve West has seen a more glimmer of hope in terms of his Group B hopes, because before the break, Bradley Brooks lost out in a last leg decider 4-3 to Carl Wilton. He's going to be top of the table no matter what happens on Wednesday morning. He's going to be on 16. Darius Labanauskas is going to be on 14. But Steve West with a win here, and particularly a big win against Neil Duff, will be on 10 points and very much in the picture and very much
140.
hot on the heels of Bradley Brooks.
That was yesterday's opening encounter.
100.
Didn't live up to the bill, though. I'm sure that both players, since then, has improved every area of their game, and we see the first maximum in the second visit here, and I can tell Neil Duff is ready to play, isn't it?
86.
Well, I suppose you get to a point where you've been so frustrated by a day and you've got one more game where you can leave it all out there. And sometimes
59.
you just see a player go absolutely berserk because they can just let all that frustration out, let all that energy out without having to conserve anything for another match.
170.
Throws the big
You
fish.
require 122.
122 didn't go to plan, but he can set it up nicely with the tops there and 82. Steve West now with a 145. Needs to be neon perfect. Starts beautifully. Definitely neon perfect now. Double tops with the 145 and just under the...
Now you require
Feel like that
40.
would have been a big steal and a big break of throw there. Neil Duff now on the tops and 10s and now chasing it down. Rabbit's getting away from him.
Game shot on the
Finds the
first leg,
last start
Newton.
in hand and Neil there. Wiping the brow of the sweat,
Second leg,
knowing
it's
that
Steve to
Steve
throw
West
first.
made him work and it could have
Game
been
on.
lost there. Steve West, glimmer of hope.
These two have become really good friends.
97.
Been sharing houses together over the last couple of weeks. Been sharing the same accommodation. You've been sharing a house with Steve and
64.
Neil, haven't you, the last couple of days?
Yeah, they are a bit of a rowdy bunch, if I must call it that. But it's fun. Carl's there as well. So, yeah, it's a very much of an
45.
experience that I think that if you were a dart player, that's kind of like a vibe that you kind of share a lot in different cultures and levels of
100.
experience as well. PDC, WDF, Carl coming through at the county and everybody sharing similar stories, but just at different tiers and levels.
99.
It's fantastic, and sharing meals together. I'm like a happy family. Even got a dog.
Yes, I've heard about this.
We each get turns to take the dog out and all of those things. So
82.
yeah, it's really been fun in Portsmouth so far, and I mean it's crazy that you can compete and stay in the same apartment.
Has
100.
Neil cooked for you? Because I have heard that his food is off the charts. Glenn Dunn was telling me last week.
He's not cooked yet, but what I can
95.
say is yesterday he
Maybe
made
you
a
require
turkey in bacon with
160.
cheese and some vegetables and some mash that looks absolutely amazing. So yeah, back to the action here now.
95.
95. We forgot we
You
were
require
watching the last game of the day.
160.
Big shot, yeah, for Neil, but not going to leave it out there. That visit there, not like he's cooking.
60.
Excellent.
Steve, you
Was
require
it below
65.
par? 65, yeah, for Steve West. Will certainly put him on level peg, but he doesn't want to mess this up now.
25.
Oh, he's missed tops now 3
Now you
times
require
already.
100.
And Neil Duff could be cooking here if he gets this ton to lead 2-0. Tops. Just underneath of dart 1. Felt like a very
60.
safe attempt at tops.
Steve, you require
West back
40.
for that target for a level match.
Game shot on the second leg.
Double
Steve
10.
West.
Steve West there, second dart, second time of asking, and both players playing at a
Third leg.
steady
It's
level.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
Neil certainly enjoying a lot of the scoring and seen that opening opportunity there for Steve West. Neil Duff shutting that door early on, and then Steve West just coming back. So this is bit what we expected in the opening game, and Monday Morning Blues obviously came a lot stronger than anything else. So game literally living up to the bill.
This could be the second of 5 meetings between the pair this week, because there is a possibility that these two could be placed in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Which if you put them two alongside the likes of Charlie Martin, Alex Small and Scott Marsh,
123.
be an intriguing affair, and that's kind of been one of the real strengths of the Super Series over the last couple of series, is that strength in depth in Group C.
125. 140.
Great setup there by Neil Duff with a 140. Steve West on 261 in no man's land. So Neil Duff now after 12 could see this out in 14.
Now we require 53.
13 for tops. Bends the wire.
Steve, you require
and so West will return for 161 to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-1 lead. It's down
65
for the 25 to leave himself 40. On a 2-darter. Duff leaves himself on tops. And this time finds it and moves 2-1 to the good.
Four flag. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Neil maintains his hydration
96
through the entire match. I think it's also an opportunity for him to kind of pause and just reset. Many a player on the different
85.
tours consume loads of water.
$60. 100.
This leg in this game just hitting a little bit of a stalemate as we head towards the middle portion.
100.
Been a long day for both. Neil played the first match of the day. He's going to play the last match of the day. Neil also playing in his 3rd consecutive week, and he has had to play
60.
the Group A all 3 weeks as well. That is a punishing schedule.
You know what you
95.
signed up for? So he was prepared for it, and certainly 3 darting weeks, changing of sleeping patterns.
60.
It's
Steve, you require
all of those, and just
50.
staying in that playing zone. He loves the game. Tender age of 56, I think.
56.
Still playing at a very high level.
There's another example of a player, Neil, who has blossomed as he's entered
62.
the years where he's eligible for the World
94.
Seniors Tour. This could well be next year, the World Seniors Final. There's no reason why it couldn't be the way these two play when they're at their best.
34.
No pressure, by the way, lads.
134.
134, double tops, double tops. That's a little think there as he went back. And the double tops, first one lands, another one in there.
114.
Needed to follow
Steve,
it, but
requires
could
60.
tell that as he looked away, there was a little think that he had. And now Steve West has missed this target a few times. Still misses it, but found the right side of the board.
Steve West.
Now we're level pegging, Henry. It's now a best of 3.
It's like the old News of the World
5th
format,
flag
isn't
is Neil
it?
to
Duff
throw
2,
first.
West 2.
Game on.
And if Duff wins this game, Bradley Brooks will have a huge sigh of relief on his face, because he's had a disastrous end to his day,
140.
but he may be able to get away with it.
Steve West in the chase now. 140 from Duff, but 1 dot even better by Steve West as he fills up the treble 20 bed with a maximum.
140.
This game quickly went from stalemate to one of the players here. Both players trying to land a knockout blow.
100.
Two players that really enjoy playing against each other because they both like getting stuck into the heat of the battle.
41.
And they'll both give as good as they can get. But they also know that once they're off the stage, what happened on the stage is just what happened when they were at the hockey. Really good friends, as I say, off it. Which almost in some senses, I think the way these two play the game actually helps them a bit more to give it a bit more gumption.
It's more frenemy line than an enemy line.
44.
Yeah.
Steve, you require 170.
They can at least have a laugh about it later on this evening. Is the fish coming in? Not this time.
130.
It's the little fish.
You require 136.
What's 136? Yeah. Steve West. On the cusp
46.
of breaking
Steve,
the
you
Neil Duff
require
throw.
40.
But he's a double tops, which he's missed so many times. And again, but double 10 has been great to him. He's got to chase up now.
30.
Oh, and an opportunity
Neil,
goes
you require
begging.
90.
Neil Duff now needs the 90 to just hold through. Give him the advantage.
Bullseye.
Game
Is
shot on a fifth
found.
leg. Neil Duff.
Duff leads 3-2. Steve West shakes his head. Duff knew it was going. He loved the fact
Sixth
it
leg.
went.
It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And Steve West could only grimace. It's kind of been the story of his Group A campaign.
40.
Probably summed up with the last 3 darts of Neil and the first 3 darts that he's thrown.
Major moment there for Neil and showed his class on the bullseye.
30.
Steve West there missing on the tops. Chasing it around the board. Giving Neil the advantage and
108.
beauty response after that first 3. 1 dot falling on the floor. Now, we might find ourselves the last game of the match. The last leg
45.
decider, Henry.
Indeed. It looks set to be that way. Steve West has had a fantastic leg following that bounce out.
100.
Back-to-back 180s.
80.
Leaving himself on 101 after 9. And Neil Duff is nowhere to be seen. He's in
101.
a different postcode, a different city, and he probably needs a passport to get back in. He's that far behind. But this is for the 101.
89.
The double 12 is clipped inside.
$140. Steve,
What
you
a great
require
140 there
12.
to leave him on 146. It's like you say, the trap door.
6.
And now that
Neil, you require 146.
146 now looks even more appetizing.
But he's unable to take it out a la carte.
95. Steve, you require
could be
6.
A last leg decider. He decides to split for 2 double 2. And if it doesn't go, Duff is sat poised for the match.
2.
And he's going to get his chance
require
to win
51.
the final game of the day. It could well set fair the chasm in the group. This is a great result for Bradley Brooks.
31.
But Neil Duff cannot
Steve, you
cross the
require
finishing
4.
line. And West is going to get another go.
Steps to the side. Oh, he needs to chase up now.
No
Inside
score.
and Neil
Neil,
Duff
you
now
require 20.
on the 20.
Double 10 to get over the line. That's not a bad guide for him. He's getting closer. But because it's that close, it makes it just that bit more difficult. He's got a portion towards the bottom side of the bed to aim at.
No score.
But could not find. And so Steve West will come back.
Steve, you require 4.
Neil Duff was that far behind. Henry said he needed a passport. So far, he's missed a few darts at a double. Steve West continues to miss. And more
2.
misses.
Neil, you require 20.
He's missed 21 darts at a double in this match as Steve West. Double 5. Does not go. And this
No
leg
score.
continues.
Steve,
This
you
drama
require 2.
continues.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And
Steve West.
Steve West celebrates the double 1.
7th and final leg.
Should have
It's
been
Neil to
early on.
throw
He
first.
literally threw 2 back-to-back 180s. Left a 101 and took nearly 9,000 darts to finish it out.
100.
But in the end, he was the victor there. Now we have the last leg decider.
Not sure I got enough room on my notepad to write down 9,000 dart
100.
leg.
Felt it though. Did fail it. And I think that it's just because it's the last leg. But he did throw 2 back-to-back 180s, which was a positive sign. And
81.
then it all unraveled very quickly.
Well, these two had a leg like that yesterday, didn't they, in the first game of the day? That went to a last leg
41.
decider. That was won by Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. West did lead that game by 2 legs to 0. And West again leading this encounter, having a multitude of match darts to get
45.
over the line. But his inability to cross it has seen him on the back foot because Neil Duff on throw has had a strong enough leg. However, Steve West's 4th maximum of this match could well change the complexion of it.
Neil Duff now in
95.
no man's land there, 95. So both players on 180, and it's a race to who will convert. It seems like Steve West
100.
rushing towards. Neil Duff will have to see Steve West throw out that 80, but what kind of pressure will that be put under?
41. Steve,
To
you require
eventually
80.
cross the line. It has taken a while, but Steve West double 10, up for 5s.
75.
He still
You
cannot
require 139.
find that double to win him this match.
The 139 will definitely not go, but Neil Duff now just capitulating at the
81.
end.
Steve, you require 5.
Who wants it? Is it West? Yes!
Big shot on
As
the
he
match.
pins the double
Steve
2
West.
to cross the finishing line. He gets the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3, and it means that he is still in the picture in the race for Group B. He's on 10 points, level with Bradley Brooks in terms of that pointage in 3rd place. And so the race for Group B very much on for Steve West. For Neil Duff, this 3-week stint, which is not correlated for him, continues, losing the last game of the day by 4 legs to 3 to Steve West. And that culminates today's action. Carl Wilson, top of the table on 16 points. We're going to talk about that and the race for Group A. Him and Darius Labanauskas will be slugging it out for glory tomorrow. Myself and Devon will talk all about it after this short break.
Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
On the match.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it!
On the match.
And Marvin Van Velsen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the day's action on Tuesday has been completed. Myself and Devon Peterson have been watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we have seen, a day of twists and turns. It's become very apparent that there is a two-player split at the top of the table. Darius, Labanauskas, and the debutant Carl Wilson will be slinging it out for Group A glory tomorrow afternoon. It's a league table of 3 different sections, with Brooks and West also fighting it out for Group B tomorrow. Devon's been watching every single dart. Let's sum up the day so far and begin with Carl Wilson, because we always ask the question with debutants after a very good first day, how do they handle day 2? Well, he handled it very, very well. It's like he's been on this stage before.
Yeah, I mean, it's business as usual for him. He turned up. You kind of never knew a lot about him. You knew he was really good, but on this stage, I mean, it separates the mice from the boys, basically. And you look at all of those, or the men from the boys, but you look at that game and you realize that he's got the game. He's got the scoring power. And when he takes his time on the finishing, he has that as well. So he's the total package. Near perfect day today. Only Steve West obviously getting him in that fixture. But the great game that they had against Darius really separated him and showed who's really going to be the man to beat at the end of this week.
And it's interesting because he had a couple of real pressure matches at the end. That match against Darius, that match against Brad. Both of them going very tight. Both of them going 4-3. And he managed in those clutch situations. You can see Labanauskas sat on top of the match there. He was able to come out the other side. Yeah,
and you can tell by a player's ability to how they perform in pressure situations, the class of the man, the character of him, and just the composure. Competent performer, and I think that he's certainly going to be a favourite now going into tomorrow's games, but also the position he finds himself at the very top of the table with a capable group of players. He's really kind of ticked all the boxes, but also put him in a position on the global scale as when players play against him, not just yet the Modus, but outside of these tournaments, they'll know about Carl Wilson.
What of Darius Labanauskas and his day? Because it just felt like another ultra-consistent day for him, putting some really good performances at the start, and players raised their game against him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said in the beginning, you have to beat Darius. Darius is not going to lose a game. So he's going to maybe have a few bad throws, but he's never going to have a bad leg that continues all the way through. And he always has the game to, if he has a problem in his game, he'll always be able to rectify it, which is a massive, massive plus point for him, because he can always depend on his game and his reset game where he turns you to death, basically. But, I mean, the performance that he showed today is typical of Darius, and I'm sure that we're going to get the same tomorrow.
Let's have a look at the table then, following 2 days' worth of play, because we can confirm Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas, they're going to be the two that's going for Group A tomorrow afternoon. But let's talk about that middle portion of the table. Bradley Brooks and Steve West, both on 10 points. Kind of contrasting days where Bradley started really well, but the end didn't work out for him. Where Steve West, maybe a slow start to proceedings, but towards the end looked like he was really going through the gears.
Yeah, 100, and we know that Steve West is a proven champion on that stage, one of the very best on that stage as well, and just really showed. I mean, the day one wasn't the Steve West that we said, but to his, confession, he says that the Modus Super Series isn't won on Monday, and it's true. And he's kind of taken that on board, and now moving in, we've seen him play really well. Missed a few games there, opportunities on the finishing, but there we see, him taking out Carl Wilson. Just really shows you the class of Steve West as well. Carl's been running rampant around everybody in the room, and Steve West is like, I'll show you how to play this game.
In terms of Bradley Brooks, that very good start turned into a very unfortunate ending for him. It could have been so different. That game against Carl Wilson right at the very end has pretty much changed his fortune from being a contender to win the group to looking over his shoulder a little bit.
And that's how it goes. And the close quality that everybody has, everybody can beat everyone. It's just that how those moments and the moments that you take in those situations that you find yourself. The one thing that's his Achilles heel is he takes everything to heart. And he can't, the maturity is coming, and I can see that, and obviously we know that he's a world youth champion as well, so he's still learning a lot in those areas, and I think that when he gets over the bad games and just kind of resets and goes, it kind of lingers too long into the next game and it overlaps and there's a hangover, which costs him another leg, which puts him behind. So yeah, I think that it's a learning curve, and I think that it's a hard way to learn, really.
Is it that meeting in the middle in terms of aggression? Because you need that fuel, that fire to be successful in the game. But then at the same time, you need to channel it in the right way, because if you let it overspill, then it can be to your detriment.
Yeah, 100%. And you understand that as a dart player, it's the composed players that win. You've seen Dirty Harrison do it. You've seen Carl Wilson come through. It's the steady players that come through. Darius Labanauskas does it game in, game out. You know that if I'm going to have a bad game, I can't change the past. I can't change any of what I've done before, but I can change is how the present and the future. So, I mean, once he understands that, it won't linger into the next game and then just cause him not to be as focused as he should be.
Well, Devon, good fun once again today. Shall see you tomorrow morning for the last day of Group A.
Yeah, looking forward to it bright and early tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'll see you when the alarm clock goes off. I shall see you tomorrow morning. We shall see you tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group A culminates. And it is still Carl Wilson who's top of the table. This debut dream just keeps carrying on. Bye for now.